Shalom, Israel. Most High in Christ blessed. My name is Brother Zerubbabel.
My name is Ezra Elazar.
Most High in Christ blessed. Blessed Sabbath to you. We're back. Uh, Apologize for the delay. Having some technical difficulties, but we got it squared away. So here we are.
Right.
Back in the Sabbath day to continue to feed you with this milk. I'm controlling my emotions right now because I am a bit, I'll just say irritated because woke up again, go to YouTube, go to watch, sometimes, like I always tell you, watch certain channels just to get a little bit of edification before coming on and doing our own, lesson. And afterwards, we'll, watch different camps who might be teaching later, whatever it is that we might do later. And wake up, turn on to a certain channel, and another brother on here teaching and agreeing with multiple wives. And not only just agreeing with the multiple wives, but again, someone going to Isaiah 4:1 to say that we're going to have multiple wives in the kingdom. And the arguments that they keep using, the arguments that we've covered in our lessons, this has got to stop. It was never meant for us to have more than one wife. And you obviously are not listening to a word that Christ said in the New Testament, because he was saying, show me anywhere in the scriptures where God condemned multiple wives. Christ is condemning it in the New Testament. You're just not listening. Your ears are dull of hearing, and you're not listening to a word that Christ spoke. And I can't believe that people, you watch the comments and you see the women in the comments, yeah. Thanks for the edification, and these silly women. Our people have itching ears. They want to be entertained. And it is so easy for somebody to come and just teach you something and say something, and you believe it. It's really sad, and I can't. And it's people that you would think would be the last ones that are teaching this truth that would be, that would come out and be like, yeah, multiple wives. I don't know, man. Let's go to John 8 real quick. Go to John 8:43 through 44. Actually, through 47.
The book of John, chapter 8, and verse 43. Why do ye not understand my speech, even because ye cannot hear my words? Ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of the father ye shall do. Ye will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. And because I tell you the truth, ye believe me not. Which of you convince me of sin? And if I say the truth, why do ye not believe me? He that is of God heareth God's words, yet therefore hear them not, because ye are not of God.
Ye therefore hear them not, because ye are not of God. Some of you brothers on here that are teaching, that profess so much that you love Yahweh, don't listen to one word he told us. Are not listening, your ears are dull of hearing. It's like our brothers got so much lust in their on the brain that they cannot hear what Christ is telling us in the New Testament in regards to adultery, fornication, lust, adultery. Did I already say adultery?
Yeah.
You are not listening. He's like, show me anywhere in the scriptures where God condemns multiple wives. Christ condemned it. You just were not listening and are not listening. And you are some of these people he's talking to in John 8 and 43. Why do ye not understand my speech? Even because you cannot hear my word. And I'm talking about some of these brothers are, you know what I mean? Even little things. Some of them don't have beards, don't even grow their beards out. They're sitting there teaching with no beard. Some teaching with their heads covered. Some of them won't even put fringes on. Like, I know what book of Numbers says, but does that apply to us today? My opinion, I don't think so. That's what this brother always says. Won't even put fringes on. Won't do little things that we were told to do. And you think that I'm going to sit here and listen to you try and break down something as critical as whether or not we can have more than one wife, which falls under the banner of adultery? Just because our forefathers did it didn't mean that it was right for us to do. We were allowed to do a lot of things back in the day that the Most High winked at and let it go, especially with our forefathers. But take Israelite, if our forefathers did it, we can do it too. Things that were written aforetime were written for our learning, for us not to make the same mistakes. And then to go to Isaiah 4 and 1, I don't even see how people can even let these guys get away with that. When Isaiah 4 tells you exactly who it's talking about. It's not talking about us feeble men having 7 women grabbing onto us. It's not what it's talking about. Here in John 8:44, you are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father you will do. Yeah, you are your father the devil. You got that lustful spirit about you and itching ears and just waiting for somebody to be able to say we could have more than one wife so you could say yeah. So that way you don't have to change as a man. You could continue being that same old whoremonger you were being in the world. Because that's all this multiple wives thing is allowing our men to do. Going from woman to woman to woman to woman. Um, Chambering. Talked about it last week.
Mhm.
But you see, you won't read scriptures like that when you go over your multiple wives breakdowns. You seem to skip those scriptures, like other scriptures that talking about men breaking wedlock. You seem to skip those scriptures. Let's go to Isaiah 4 and 1 real quick. Because this is what they do. Read
The book
Isaiah
of
one
Isaiah,
only.
the book of Isaiah, chapter 4 and verse 1. And in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our bread, our own bread, and wear our apparel. Only let us be called by thy name to take away our reproach.
So this is what they do. You see? And in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man. See, we gonna have multiple wives in the kingdom. We got a whole lesson. How long is that lesson? Like 4, 5, 6 hours long?
Mhm.
Breaking down what Isaiah 4:1 is talking about.
Right.
But if you want to know who specifically it's talking about, all you got to do is read verse 2, which none of you will do, because you will sit there and listen to these men that will read Isaiah 4:1 to you, and you will say, yeah. And none of you will, at the end of their lessons, when they get off of YouTube, you will not take the time to go and read the chapter for yourself or read whatever precept that they brought out for yourself to get understanding. You just go, yeah, that sounds, yeah, thank you, brother so-and-so. Thank you, so-and-so. Chief priest, chief elder, chief whatever, so-and-so. Yeah, thank you for the understanding. Praising these men. Read verse 2,
The
because
book
it
of
starts
Isaiah.
out just like verse 1 did. Go ahead.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 4 and verse 2. In that day shall the branch of the Lord be beautiful and glorious,
Read it
and
again.
the fruit. In that day shall the branch of the Lord be beautiful and glorious.
Read it again.
In that day shall the branch of the Lord be beautiful and glorious.
Read it one more time for the dull of hearing, and read it with some conviction and louder.
In that day shall the branch of the Lord be beautiful and glorious.
That's who it's talking about in verse 1. Verse 1 says, and in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by thy name to take away our reproach. If you go and watch the breakdown that we do, we go and show you where in the scriptures it clarifies what verse 1 is talking about. Because in the scriptures, not going to go in detail with it, go watch the video. It is very specific as to the Lord saying that he was going to take away our bread, he was going to take away our apparel, he was going to uh, uh, basically take away his name, he was going to put a reproach upon us. That's what it's talking about. And in that day shall the branch of the Lord be beautiful and glorious. Read on.
And the fruit of the earth shall be excellent and comely for them that are escaped of Israel.
Read on to verse 4.
And it shall come to pass that he that is left in Zion and he that remaineth in Jerusalem shall be called holy, even every one that is written among the living in Jerusalem. When the Lord shall have washed away the filth of the daughters of Zion, and
When the
shall
who?
purge the daughters of Zion,
No. When the who shall wash away their filth?
when the Lord shall have washed away the filth of the daughters of Zion,
Uh-huh.
and shall have purged the blood of Jerusalem from the midst thereof by the spirit of judgment and by the spirit of burning.
So you can stop right there. We're not even going to read on. This is talking about Christ. This is talking about Christ. Not going to go any more into it. You guys need to stop listening to these men that have these lustful spirits on them, these itching ears, that they just want an excuse to keep running and chasing after women, because some of these brothers are still doing it in the truth. How is it that you keep hearing about these brothers going from wife to wife to wife, and then all of a sudden this wife left? Now they got a new wife. Now they got 2 wives, 3 wives, and now another wife is left. The wives keep suddenly just disappearing and new wives keep appearing. Am I wrong? Is that not happening in some of these camps that are teaching this multiple wives stuff?
Yep.
And they kind of keep it hidden? The reason why it's angering is because you're keeping Israel in sin. Because that's what it comes down to. Breaking of the commandments. Thou shalt not commit adultery. It was never intended for us from the beginning to have more than one wife. Let's be real about it. And Christ told you so in the New Testament multiple times. But you don't want to hear it. You don't want to listen. When Christ was saying that, he was condemning multiple wives. You just don't want to hear it. Why else would he say it if he wasn't condemning the practice of putting away our wives and having more than one? Again, see, people don't want to hear the truth. They want to be lied to. And that's why when you watch a lot of these brothers' videos, they got hundreds of followers. They got hundreds of people, watching their videos, thousands in some cases. And they sit there going, yeah, just read the comments. Yeah, that sounds, man, that's music to my ears. Thank you for, I'm praising these men for teaching you their misunderstandings of the scriptures and leading you astray and continuing to lead our people towards death and keeping us in captivity longer than what we need to be. Because the more groups, the more Israelite camps and churches start adopting this, and it seems like it's happening more and more. Just in the past 2 weeks, 2 different congregations, I've heard the leaders come out and completely just multiple wives. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. Do a whole class on it. And now you allowing their congregations to have multiple wives. And it's like, what is going on in Israel? What in the world is going on? And then if you don't, as a Israelite man, if you don't go along with that, oh, you will still them soft brothers. You a soft brother. Soft. Like I said last week, show me anywhere in the New Testament where anyone is mentioned having multiple wives. Show it to me in the New Testament where someone's got multiple wives. And then they act like they don't understand what it means to have thy own husband and thine own wife. Someone, because he said, put it in the chat. Someone put 1 Corinthians 7. Let's go to 1 Corinthians 7 and 2. Need to stop with the foolishness. Listen to what it says. It's crystal clear.
The book of 1 Corinthians chapter 7 and verse 2. Nevertheless, to avoid fornication, let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband.
That's because Paul clearly understood where Christ's stance was on multiple wives. He understood what Christ's stance was on fornication and adultery. He understood it. The apostles understood exactly what Christ was teaching, that Christ was condemning multiple wives. Why is it that for everyone else, 1 Corinthians 7:2, nevertheless, to avoid fornication, let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband? Singular, not plural. And then later on, he goes into the deacons, the man of one wife. He goes into the bishops, a husband of one wife. But you just don't want to hear it. Everybody is covered. You see, that goes back to even during the times that our people were in the wilderness, and the Most High would give them instructions, but he wouldn't give detailed instructions on some things because he wanted to sit back and see how simple Israel is. That just because he doesn't specifically say not to do it doesn't mean that he's allowing you to do it. You see multiple examples of that in the Old Testament. And Israel today in modern times have not changed, have not learned our lesson. That just because he doesn't specifically say it doesn't mean that he's allowing it. We got a lot of work to do. A lot. Because a lot of our people that are waking up, they really don't want to wake up. Or if they are waking up, they have itching ears and they only want to listen to those things that gratify that lust that they have within them. Let's go to 2 Timothy 3. 3:5 through 7. 3 and 5 through 7.
The book of 2 Timothy, chapter 3, and verse 5. Having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof, from such turned away. For of this sort are they which creep into houses and lead captive silly women laden with sin, led away with diverse lusts, ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth.
Having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof, from such turn away. A lot of these men have a form of godliness. They speak the talk, they talk the talk. They got all the, Yahweh Bashim, Yahweh Shais, and all, they got all the rhetoric down. But when it comes to action, as far as keeping the commandments, you don't see it. You don't see it. And he's telling you what kind of men they are. For of this sort are they which creep into houses and lead captive silly women laden with sins, led away with diverse lusts. Those are those silly women that you see in the comments that are agreeing with these men, saying, yeah, while they're sitting there telling them, you don't have nothing to say to no man of the Lord. Keep your mouth shut. Show me in the scriptures where any of the prophets, any of the apostles, or Christ himself was yelling and screaming at our women, telling them to shut the HEW know what up, to sit your A know what down and be quiet, calling them B's and HOEs in their teachings. Show me that. Even when they brought a woman to Christ that got caught in the midst of adultery, did Christ tell her, "What's wrong with you, B? What you doing out here being an HOE? Not here in my congregation." Did Christ, did he, but you hear
Yes.
these men, and I've watched these men and listened to them.
Right.
This is the things that they're saying to their women in their congregations. You have some of them even, have little chants that they start playing and in their congregations with the WHRE word over and over and over again, and all the men are chanting it. Christ just simply told her, "Go and sin no more. Go and sin no more." Send her on her way. But you got these silly women that want to listen to these power hungry, men that just want to have the admiration of people. They want as many people on their chat or in their live feeds, or basically to worship them. And they jump on their high horses, and the next thing you know, you hear all kinds of profanity coming out of their mouths. And show me in the scriptures where any of the prophets were teaching using all kinds of profanity. They think that because they use profanity in their teachings that makes what they're saying right. When all else fails, when they can't explain what they're teaching, then they resort to cursing and telling you off. You just need to sit down and shut the you know what up. You might learn something. Go to John 10 and let's go to verse verse 20, 10 and 25, and 27.
The book of John, chapter 10 and verse 25. Jesus answered them, I told you, and ye believe not. The work that I do in my Father's name, they bear witness of me. But ye believe not, because ye are not of my sheep, as I said unto you. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me.
My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. My sheep hear my voice. So why is it that many of you are not hearing what Christ is saying throughout the scriptures? Not just in the New Testament, even in the Old Testament. He let our forefathers get away with murder, all kinds of wickedness, and he winked at it. All kinds of idolatry, and he winked at it. What, you think he was just talking about physical idols when he was talking about winking at idolatry, telling every man to repent? I'm telling you, our people are sick. Go to Acts 17.
The book of Acts, chapter 17
29 through 30.
and verse 29. For as much then as we are the offspring of God, we ought not to think that the Godhead is like unto gold, or silver, or stone, graven by art and man's device. In the time of this ignorance God winked at, but now commandeth all men everywhere to repent.
So you think he was only winking at the physical idolatry that we were doing? The breaking of commandment 2? What about the breaking of commandment 1? Is not adultery idolatry? See, a lot of you don't get this because you won't even take the time to break down the commandments to fully understand them and how we break them. That's why you don't understand multiple wives and how it was allowed, and Christ came to make the corrections with all forms of idolatry. Lust is a form of idolatry. Adultery, fornication, all of it is idolatry. I'm telling you, our people just don't want to hear the truth. In the times of this ignorance, God winked at. Like this ignorance that we're seeing today about multiple wives, and we're going to have multiple wives in the kingdom. Let's go to Matthew 22 and 29. Through just 29 through 30.
The book of Matthew, chapter 22, and verse 29, 29 and 30.
Yeah.
Jesus answered and said unto them, Ye do err, not knowing the scriptures, nor the power of God. For in the resurrection they neither marry, nor are given in marriage, but are as the angels of God in heaven.
Read that one more time, verse 30, for the hard of hearing. These are Christ's own words about what's going to be going on in the kingdom, in the resurrection. Read it one more time.
Verse 30, for in the resurrection they neither marry, nor are given in marriage, but are as the angels of God in heaven.
So there's something wrong here. If Christ is saying that neither going to marry nor be given in marriage, how is it that we're going to have 7 men are going to have, or 7 women are going to grab hold of one man? One man's going to have 7 wives or more wives in the kingdom. Either Christ is a liar or you're a liar. It's one of the two. And I'm going to believe Christ because it's Christ that's being spoken about in Isaiah 4 and 1. I'm telling you, I don't understand how they could read these passages, read these scriptures, and then turn around and say the things that they say and teach some of the things that they teach. You are not listening to Christ. And what we're reading right here is a perfect example of exactly what was going on in Matthew 19 when they came up and asked Christ about divorcing the wives. And Christ knew what they were actually talking about. He knew what they were really asking him about, just like in this situation right here. Go up to verse 23 and read it down through verse 33. When we cover this in our lesson that we did on multiple wives, and we did a whole other lesson about Isaiah 4 and 1, whether or not we're going to have multiple wives in the kingdom. And it is a resounding no and no. We are not supposed to do it. Multiple wives now and multiple wives not going to be happening in the kingdom. All right, go ahead.
The book of Matthew, chapter 22, and verse 23. The same day came to him the Sadducees, which say that there is no resurrection, and asked him, saying, Master, Moses said, if a man die having no children, his brother shall marry his wife and raise up seed unto his brother. Now, now there were with us 7 brothers, and the first, when he had married a wife, deceased, and having no issue, left his wife unto his brother. Likewise the second also, and the third unto the seventh. And last of all, the woman did also. The and last of all, the woman died also. Therefore, in the resurrection, whose wife shall she be of the seven? For they all had her.
Okay, so
Jesus
now
answered.
before you read on, you see what's going on here. They came and asked him a specific question about whose wife she is gonna be. Now you gotta listen to Christ's answer to understand his stance on what they asked. He's gonna answer their question, and then he's going to further answer their question because he knows what they're really asking about. Go ahead.
Jesus answered and said unto them, Ye do err, not knowing the scriptures, nor the power of God.
Ye do
For in
err, not knowing the scriptures. Ye do err, not knowing the scriptures. Some of you, brother, err, not knowing the scriptures. Go ahead.
for in the resurrection they neither marry, nor are given in marriage, but are as the angels of God in heaven.
Stop right there for a second. So he answered their question. For in the resurrection they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are as the angels of God in heaven. So you err not knowing the scriptures. That what are you talking about? They're not getting married in this, in the kingdom. They're not getting. It's not happening because you guys are some idiots that believe Isaiah 4:1 is talking about we're going to have multiple wives in my kingdom, but that's not what it's talking about. But he also knows what they're really asking about. He expounds on it. Go ahead.
But as touching the resurrection of the dead, have ye not read that which was spoken unto you by God, saying, I am the God of Abraham, and the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. God is not the God of the dead, but of the living. And when the multitude heard this, they were astonished at his doctrine.
They were astonished at his doctrine. They probably was so used to hearing these men talking about multiple wives in the kingdom, just like today. We go have multiple women in the resurrection. But Christ knew. Back at verse 23, the same day came to him the Sadducees, which say that there is no resurrection, and asked him. He knew what was really in their heart. He knew. You guys don't believe in the resurrection. You don't believe in the resurrection anyway, but you're going to come and try and ask me a question about the resurrection. I'm not a fool. I know what you're really asking me about.
Mhm.
Just like, let's go there. Let's go to Matthew 19:3. The same
The book of-
situation was right here where they came and asked him a question, but he knew what they were really asking. And you know that because of the way he answered them. Go ahead. You're just not listening.
the book of Matthew, chapter 19, and verse 3. The Pharisees also came unto him, tempting him, and saying unto him, Is it lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause?
For every cause. For every cause. And let's hear what he answered.
And he answered and said unto them, have ye not read that which made them at the beginning, made them male and female? And said, for this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh.
Read verse 6.
Wherefore, wherefore they are no more twain, but one flesh. What therefore God had joined together, let no man put asunder.
So he knew what they were really asking him. They were really asking about multiple wives. You just got to listen. You know that because the way Christ answered them. Why would he have to go in and tell them about them two being one? Because he absolutely knew what was really in their mind. So then them trying to be slick, go to verse 7.
Verse 7, they said unto him, why did Moses then commanded to give a written of divorcement and to put her away? He said unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your heart, suffered you to put away your wives. But from the beginning, it was not so.
But from the beginning, it was not so. We were not supposed to have multiple wives. We were not supposed to be putting our wives away. None of that. None of it. Read on.
And I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery, and committed adultery, and whoso marrieth her which is put away doth commit adultery.
He says, and I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be for what? Fornication. And shall marry another, committeth adultery. Whoso marrieth her which is put away doth commit adultery. And we went through last week to show you that it was for both the man and wife. He covered both. Go to Mark 10 and 11 through 12 again, just like we did last Sabbath.
The book of Mark, chapter 10 and verse 11. And he said unto them, whosoever shall put away his wife and marry another committeth adultery against her. And if a woman shall put away her husband and be married to another, she committed adultery.
She committed adultery. So is that not him making it equal on both sides, that neither one shall be allowed to put away their wives? Is not Christ expounding on what was written, bringing to fruition what was supposed to have been from the beginning? We were never to put our wives away. Our wives were not to put their husbands away. We were not to have more than one wife, not to have more than one husband. So the question is, can a woman have more than one husband? I mentioned it last week. Is it possible for a woman to have more than one husband? Is it? Let's go to John 4. The start of verse 16. Now, this is the woman at the well that our brothers love to bring up, but for some reason they seem to miss this part of the conversation. Start at verse 16 and read to verse 19. Because if the men could have multiple wives, I guess the women could have more than one wife. If you're gonna play this game of, well, Christ, if multiple wives was a sin, why would Christ make a parable about 10 women and one man? And all right, let's play that game. Go ahead, read what you're about to read.
The book
Let's
of
play this
John,
game.
the book of John, chapter 4 and verse 16. Jesus said unto her, Go call thy husband and come hither.
Like, you know what?
The
I'm not
wo-
going to deal with you because, I shouldn't be speaking to you. Go get your husband. He's kind of being sarcastic. Yeah, go get your husband. that man I know you laying down with, messing around with, but he ain't had no wedding feast, and you guys have not had no union. You haven't wrote no papers of commitment. None of that. Yeah, go call that dude. Go call your husband. Go ahead.
The woman answered and said, I have no husband. Jesus said unto her, Thou hast well said, I have no husband.
See, she thinking she being slick. I ain't married. I'm not a married woman. I'm married. And Christ is like, yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, you're not married. Go ahead.
For thou hast had 5 husbands,
Says for you, I know you have 5 husbands. Go ahead.
and he whom thou now hast is not thy husband. In that sayest thou truly.
Says, and the 6th fool you dealing with right now isn't your husband either. So wait a minute. She got 6 husbands. How's that? How is that? So I guess our women can have more than one husband,
Right?
according to what Christ is saying right here. So now what, men? So now what, Mr. 7 women gonna grab a hold of one man? So if 7 women could grab hold of one man, I guess 6 men could grab hold of one woman. Am I making it up? Let's play their game. The moment that woman laid down with those men became her husband. The same way if a man lays down with the woman, every time he lays down with one, she becomes his wife. So if you were, before coming into the truth, if you had laid down with 20 women, those 20 women were your wife. Or should have been. But you weren't supposed to be laying down with those 20 women. You was only supposed to lay down with one. But we weren't taught that in captivity. We weren't taught that at all. That's what it was supposed to be from the very beginning. One man, one woman, those two becoming one. And anybody trying to argue against that is arguing against the scriptures. You're arguing against God. You are going against what God set up from the beginning. We're reading the scriptures. It's not my words. Reading you exactly what Christ said out of his own mouth. He said, for thou hast had 5 husbands, and he whom thou now hast is not thy husband. And that sayest thou truly, Zion. What you saying is true. You've been out here laying down with all these men and ain't settled down with one. And none of them's giving you a wedding feast. Your father didn't have nothing to do with you bringing you guys together. Your families didn't, nothing. You just going around laying down with these dudes. And what does she say in verse 19? Go ahead.
The woman said unto him, Sir, I perceive that thou art a prophet.
The woman said, See, sir, I perceive that thou art a prophet. And then what does she do? Go to verse 28 and read through 29.
The book of John, chapter 4, and verse 28. The woman then left her water pot and went her way into the city and said to the men, Come, see a man which told me all things that ever I did. Is not this the Christ?
Come see a man which told me all things that ever I did. He told me everything I ever did. I thought I was going to be slick and hide it from him. He told me, you'll get my husband. I'm She thought she was going to play the role like a lot of these sisters do today. Shalom, shalom. Try and act humble, but inside they're demons.
Right.
But he was like, no, don't try and play that with me. I'm the wrong one. I know what you did. I know you've had 5 different husbands. You've had 5 different men, and the one you with right now is not even your husband, but he's your husband. So now what? That's my question to you. Now what? Are you guys going to start allowing your women to bring more men into the household? Huh? Huh? Let's play the game. Let's play ignorant. You guys want to play ignorant with all the other things Christ said? I'm going to play ignorant with this. So I guess the women could have more than one husband. If you want to play that game, and I'm being sarcastic. I sure hope somebody can understand that. All of this got covered in Christ's words, in Christ's dealings with people, Christ dealing with the Sadducees and Pharisees. He touched on all of this stuff. You just are not listening. You are not listening. Your ears are closed. You are dull of hearing. But I'm going to leave. I'm going to stop. And like I said, I'm trying not to go back into Indians, but it's hard not to because it just keeps happening over and over again that people are just suddenly just, oh, multiple wives. Oh, yeah. And it's like, are you not listening to what Christ said? Are you not, you're reading it, but are you hearing it? Let's go into this lesson. The lesson today didn't even want to really go into that. It's just, like I said, right as I woke up, like I always do on the Sabbath, I turn on YouTube, see who's on live, and, just to get some edification before even starting doing our own class. And this is the second Sabbath in a row that somebody that I would have never
Right.
thought would be talking about multiple wives is talking about multiple wives, and there's nothing wrong with it. And when people are trying to give them examples in the scriptures, trying to give them scriptures that condemn it, they don't want to hear it because you can't tell some of these men nothing. And they flat out tell you, you can't tell me nothing. You can't teach me nothing. So this lesson today, keep sound wisdom and discretion. Because our people don't seem to know how to do that. Our people, for whatever reason, don't know how to keep sound wisdom and discretion. Let's go to Hebrews 5 and 12 through 14 to open up as usual. Now we're getting into our lesson. All of that other was just because, I had to at least talk about some of it because again, we're going to be here for a while. But let's
Right.
go. Let's go.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 5 and verse 12. For when for the time ye ought to be teachers, ye have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God, and are become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. For every one that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. But strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil.
All right, let's go to First Peter 2 and 2.
The book of First Peter, chapter 2 and verse 2. As newborn babes, desire the sincere milk of the word, that ye may grow thereby.
So you hear us say it time and time again every Sabbath that our people, a lot, especially some of the teachers in Israel, need to be retaught these scriptures because they're out here trying to put out all kinds of meat. And I was like, why would I listen to you when you don't even understand the basics of the scriptures? The most basic things, the milk. It's crazy. A lot of these men are on here arguing about the meat, putting out challenges. I challenge you to bring out this breakdown. It's become a competition of who's the top camp, who's the most learned camp, which camp has won the most debates.
Hmm.
While all in all, every single one of these leaders in most of these camps, not all of them, as I say, most of them, are in the midst of all kinds of sins themselves. And you can see where their hearts are at in the way that they talk, in the way that's why Christ said, you will know them by their fruits. Some of them are constantly, look at my new clothing line. Soon as the camera come on, it's like, you will know them by their fruits. You will know what is really in the hearts of these men. I'm serious. It is just so hard, man. Let's go
Mm-hmm.
to Sirach 1 and 26.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 1 and verse 26. If thou desire wisdom, keep the commandments, and the Lord shall give her unto thee.
Read it one more time.
If thou desire wisdom, keep the commandments, and the Lord shall give her unto thee.
If thou desire wisdom, keep the commandments, and the Lord shall give her unto thee. Which is telling you that a lot of these men don't have wisdom. Or if they do have wisdom, their wisdom is that of the world and not the wisdom that is from above. Let me say it again. You will know them by their fruits. Listen to the words that come out of their mouths. Look at their actions. Watch how they act. Just watch and listen. And they will show you what and who they are. The wisdom that they're spewing out is not the wisdom that comes from this book. It is wisdom of the world. Going back to the book of James. So you got to remember that Christ knew what was in men. He knew. Go to John 2 and 23 through 25 real quick.
The book of John, chapter 2 and verse 22. When therefore he was risen from the dead, his
John 2,
disciples,
John 2 and 23 through 25.
23, 22. All right, now on there. Wait. The book of John, chapter 22 and verse 23. Then went this saying abroad among the brethren, that the disciples should not die.
John 2 and 23. Where you at?
Oh, I was on 2. Then now I'm on 22. Give me a second. Hold on. 23 to 25. Got it. The book of John, chapter 2 and verse 23. Now, when he was in Jerusalem at the Passover, in the feast day, many believed in his name when they saw the miracles which he did. But Jesus did not commit himself unto them, because he knew all men, and needed not that any should testify of man, for he knew what was in man.
Just like we just showed you these two different instances where they came up to Christ asking these questions, Christ knew what they really were asking. And it's the same thing with these men. If you have discretion, if you know the scriptures, you will be able to watch these men, listen to these men, and you will know what is in their hearts. You will know what they're really about. Go to Matthew 9 and 4.
The book of Matthew, chapter 9 and verse 4. And Jesus, knowing their thoughts, said, wherefore think ye evil in your hearts?
And Jesus, knowing their thoughts, said, wherefore think ye evil in your hearts? Christ knew the thoughts of these men. He knew what was going on in their minds. And I'm not saying that we're going to be like Christ and be able to read your minds today, right? You know, I can't read your mind. But he gave us a way to be able to discern the difference between a righteous man and an evil man, that which is clean and that which is unclean. And all you got to do is watch and listen. Open your eyes and open your ears, and you will know what is really in the hearts of these men. Are these men really teaching you wisdom that is from above, or are they teaching you something of man? Which one is it? Go to James 3 and 13.
The book of James, chapter
And
3.
read through verse 18.
The book of James, chapter 3 and verse 13. Who is a wise man, and do it with knowledge among you? Let him show out of a good conversation his works with meekness of wisdom. But if ye have bitter envying and strife in your hearts, glory not, and lie not against the truth. This wisdom descended not from above, but is earthly, sensual, devilish. For where envying and strife is, there is confusion and every evil work. But the wisdom that is from above is first pure, then peaceable, gentle, and easy to be entreated, full of mercy and good fruit, without partiality and without hypocrisy. And the fruit of righteousness is sown in peace of them that make peace.
So this is what we're here to talk about today. This wisdom that is from above, because we were told to keep sound wisdom and discretion. And that's going to be the theme that we're going to touch on over the next few weeks is James 3 and 17. But the wisdom that is from above is first pure. So we're going to deal with the wisdom. Then we're going to deal with the pure. We're going to deal with the peaceable. We're going to deal with the gentle. We're going to deal with the easy to be entreated. We're going to deal with the full of mercy. We're going to deal with the good fruits. How to be without partiality and without hypocrisy. So over the next coming weeks, we're going to be dealing with each of these topics. See, that's one of the things that I keep talking about is that you can make a lesson out of just about every word that you come across in the scriptures. There's a full lesson that you can do. So first, talking about this wisdom that is from above, we were told, keep sound wisdom and discretion. And if you desire wisdom, he tells us flat out, keep the commandments. And the Lord shall give her unto thee. That's Sirach 1 and 26, as you just read. We just expounded a little bit on it and added a little bit. But again, you will know these men by their fruits. Who is a wise man and endued with knowledge among you? Let him show out of a good conversation his works with meekness of wisdom. Listen to the conversation of these men. It says, let him show out of a good conversation his works with meekness of wisdom. But when you listen to these men speak, there's nothing but what? Bitter envying. There's nothing but strife going on. Competition.
Right?
Who's the best camp? Who's got the most members? Who's got the most camps? Who's putting in the most work? Who's got the most YouTube followers? Whose videos are getting the most views? Who's winning the most debates? But if ye have bitter envy and strife in your hearts, glory not and lie not against the truth. This wisdom descendeth not from above, but is earthly, sensual, devilish. So it's telling you, listen to these men speak, and all they're talking about all the time is strife and envy, and that wisdom don't come from above. It's earthly, telling you that these are some earthly thinking men, sensual, that these are some sensual thinking men, and devilish, that these are some very devilish thinking men. These are some very wicked, evil men that have wicked, evil thoughts in their hearts that are sitting here in front of you, in front of the camera, and teaching you this Bible. When their agenda is not God's agenda. They're more worried about how many t-shirts they're going to sell, how many hats they're going to sell, how they could get you to go to Patreon and pay money to watch this video because they're not going to put that video out for free. They need you to pay for it to watch it. Wake up and see what's going on. This wisdom descended not from above, but is earthly, sensual, devilish. They want to sell you a CD. Go download the music. Now you got old men my age in the truth suddenly wanting to be rappers. I'm not exaggerating. There are men in this truth, 40, 50, 60 years old. All of a sudden, oh, so-and-so about to put out a record. Go get their CD. We're going to have a worldwide premiere. Like, you old as I don't know what, and all of a sudden you want to be a rapper. Why is that? It's called envy. You're sitting here looking at these young men and their rapping skills, and they got the skill of music and all that, and you've been wishing your whole life you could do what they do. Now, all of a sudden, you got this platform, and you the man in the truth, and I guess I would be a rapper now, because now people buy my music because I got influence now. I got a following now. It's crazy what you see going on in Israel right now. And it all comes from bitter envy. Envy of these young men. Again, but if you have bitter envying and strife in your hearts, glory not and lie not against the truth. This wisdom descendeth not from above, but is earthly, sensual, devilish. For where envying and strife is, there is confusion in every evil work. That's why we got people confused, debating about whether or not we can rape or can't rape, which is stupid because there is nowhere in the scriptures that says that we can rape women. Why? You know what I mean? It's like, why would you even want to look forward to that? You got men standing out on the streets like some idiots as women are walking by talking about, oh, you're going to be my bed wench in the kingdom. Oh, I'm going to have her. On one hand, you sitting here talking about how you hate these other kingdoms, but yet you're sitting there talking about how you can't wait to have their women in the kingdom and rape them in the kingdom. How foolish are some of our men in this truth? For where envying and strife is, there is confusion in every evil work. Confusion about whether or not we can have multiple wives. Confusion about whether or not we're going to have multiple wives in the kingdom. Confusion everywhere. But the wisdom that is from above is first pure, then peaceable, gentle, and easy to be entreated, full of mercy and good fruits. Again, just said a little bit ago, you will know them by their fruits. Are they displaying good fruits, or are they displaying wicked fruit? Without partiality and without hypocrisy. And the fruit of righteousness is sown in peace of them that make peace. So again, let's go back to Sirach 1 and 26.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 1 and verse 26. If thou desire wisdom, keep the commandments, and the Lord shall give her unto thee.
So if you really want wisdom, keep the commandments and the Lord will give her unto you. So if the wisdom that's coming from these men is not wisdom that's from above, you got to ask yourself, are they keeping the commandments or not? Because they always proclaim that they are, but are they really? Let's go to Sirach 6 and 37.
The book of Ecclesiasticus chapter 6 and verse 37. Let thy mind be upon the ordinances of the Lord, and meditate continually in his commandments. He shall establish thine heart and give thee wisdom at thy own desire.
So he's telling us, let thy mind be upon the ordinances of the Lord and meditate continually in his commandments. So we should be meditating in his commandments all throughout the day, all throughout the night. He shall establish thine heart and give thee wisdom at thine own desire. So when you really truly desire wisdom, he'll give it to you. But you got to prove to him, you got to show him that you truly desire it. Let's go to Sirach 11 and 15.
The book of
Do you really
Ecclesiasticus.
want that wisdom that comes from above? That wisdom that's first pure and peaceable and gentle and easy to be entreated. that wisdom that's full of mercy and good fruits, that wisdom that's without partiality, that wisdom that's without hypocrisy? Do you really want that wisdom? Because when you listen to a lot of these men speak, that's not the wisdom that they're showing, displaying, or showing that they have, or that they even want to have. Go ahead.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 11 and verse 15. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the law are of the Lord. Love and the way of good works are from him.
So wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the law are of the Lord. Love and the way of good works are from him. Let's go to Sirach 19:24.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 19 and verse 24. He that has small understanding and feareth God is better than one that hath much wisdom and transgresseth the law of the Most High.
So you hear these men brag about all the time about how many years they've been put in this truth. Man, we done put in 15 years into this. We done put in 30 years, 40 years into this. What do you know? You new to this. And I'm going to say it. I don't proclaim to have any more knowledge than any of these men that have been doing this work for decades. But I'm going to listen to the scripture. It says, he that hath small understanding and fear of God is better than one that hath much wisdom and transgresseth the law of the Most High. Some of these men been in this truth for 30, 40 years and sitting around talking about you could rape women. What have you been learning the last 40 years? You haven't grown. These, some of these men, same people that were out on the streets telling everybody that the world was going to end in the year 2000. Christ is coming back, year 2000, year 2000, year 2000. And here we are 24 years later. Christ ain't came back yet. And these men still haven't came out and at least acknowledge, like, you know what, I repent, I was wrong. I apologize for leading anybody astray, but I really truly thought that you know what I mean? Nothing. They just moved on to the next prophecy because they want to be a prophet so bad. They want everybody to know that you see how the lady told Christ, now I know that thou truly art a prophet. They want that same accolade that Christ got. They want everybody to say, oh man, he a true prophet in this truth, man. Oh man. But all while they keep going out, coming up with these fake prophecies that don't come true. Prophecy after prophecy that they put out don't come true. But yet you still having people signing up in their camps in droves. While us little guys that are sincerely trying to teach you the truth of this Bible, you don't even pay attention to.
Mm-hmm.
Because we got small understanding compared to these men. But I'm going to listen to the scriptures. He that hath small understanding and feareth God is better than one that hath much wisdom and transgresseth the law of the Most High. So I'm going to look for that guy, that person, whoever is teaching, that hath that small understanding. But you can see their fruits. You can see their works. That, yeah, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. But a lot of people that are out here teaching are busybodies. They're so busy gossiping, creating tension in the Israelite community, creating strife. They're distracted by other things rather than really actually waking up the people of the Most High. They have other agendas. But we got to be careful of being distracted when we come into this truth and when we're teaching it to others, not letting your own agenda get in the way of the Most High's agenda. Let's go to Sirach 38 and 24 through 34.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 38 and verse 24. It says, the wisdom of a learned man cometh by opportunity of leisure, and he that had little business shall become wise.
So the scripture is telling us the wisdom of a learned man cometh by opportunity of leisure. When do you have that leisure time to study, to read, to apply what you're learning, to really break down what you're actually, what you're reading, going precept upon precept? How can you do that if you're always busy? That all your mind on is trying to get financial gain. It says, and he that hath little business shall become wise. Go ahead and read.
How can he get wisdom that holdeth the plow?
So how
And
can you
the
get wisdom if you're always working? Go ahead.
and that glorieth in the
The goat,
gold,
the
the
goat.
goat, that driveth oxen, and is occupied in their labor, and whose talk is of bullocks.
So all you talk about, all you ever think about, all you ever be about is your work, trying to make some money, always talking about business, mind not meditating on the scriptures. Go ahead.
He giveth his mind to make furrows, and is diligent to give kind fooders,
Fodder, the kind fodder.
the kind fodder. So every carpenter and workmaster that laboreth night and day, and they that cut and grave seals, and are diligent to make great variety, and give themselves to uh, counterfeit imagery, and watch to finish a work.
So he's talking about
Says,
all these carpenters, all these people that work, they labor night and day. You see it in today's times. You see a lot of our people that are caught up in construction. They're hard at work with with their tools, but that's all they do. And a lot of our people are caught up in all kinds of creation of counterfeit imagery. Some of them are using their computer skills constantly all day, making up images for whatever camp that they're with, making pictures and artwork and cartoons and all of this stuff, giving themselves to counterfeit imagery. Some of them are, into cutting. You see people making these little wooden figurines, a little wooden figurine of Moses or a wooden figurine of Christ or the Most High. You see this stuff happening.
mhm.
Go ahead and read on verse 28.
The smith also, sitting by the anvil, and considering the iron work, the vapor of the fire wasted his flesh, and he fighteth with the heat of the furnace. The noise of the hammer and the anvil is ever in his ears, and his eyes look still upon the pattern of the thing that he maketh. He said it his mind. He said it is mine to finish his work, and watch it to polish it perfectly. So doth the potter, sitting at his work and turning the wheel about with his feet, who is always carefully set at his work, and maketh all his work by number. He fashioneth the clay with his arms, and boweth down his strength before his feet. He applieth himself to lead it over, and he is diligent and make it clean the furnace. All these trust to their hands, and every one is wise in his work.
And that goes
With,
today. All
Mhm.
these trust in their hands, and everyone is wise in his work. Go ahead.
Without these cannot a city be inhabited, and they shall not dwell where they will, nor go up and down.
So, like
They shall
today,
not.
a city cannot be inhabited. Without doctors, lawyers today, um, carpenters, all kinds of construction men. You know what I mean? To work on the streets, to help build the buildings, to help upkeep the building, to help upkeep the homes. You got all kinds of workers today, just so you can keep a house running. You got to have a plumber. You got to have somebody to maintain the yard. You got to maintain the roof on the home at some point. There's so much that goes into it. All these different jobs. Without these, the city will not function. You got the mayor's office, you got the city council, the assistant mayor, you got the police officer, the fire department, you got the paramedics, you got the doctors, and the hospital workers, the nurse. So many different jobs today that without them, the city can't be inhabited. The city cannot run.
Right.
It says, without these cannot a city be inhabited, and they shall not dwell where they will, nor go up and down. Go ahead.
They shall not be sought for in public council, nor sit high in the congregation. They shall not sit on the judge's seat, nor understand the sentence of the judgment. They cannot declare justice and judgment, and they shall not be found where parables are spoken. But they will maintain the state of the world, and all their desires is in the work of their craft.
But they will maintain the state of the world, and all their desire is in the work of their craft. And that's what you see going on with a lot of Israel. They allow themselves to get so caught up in their work that they forget about the Most High, that they don't realize that everything that they do is to help maintain the state of the world of our enemies. You're so worried about maintaining the state of Esau's kingdom that you forget to put in the work for to bring about our own kingdom. It says, in all their desires in the work of their craft. That's why you see some of our people in Israel get distracted because all they want to do is make music now. Somebody gave them another outlet to be able to do music, and that's all they think about now. Acting, there's people starting to put movies out. So another avenue, okay, I was an actor in the world, I could go and be an actor in Israel or an actress. But in all, you're still maintaining the state of this world. All your desires into your craft. You may think that, well, I'm doing it for the Lord. Now I'm making righteous music. when this so-called righteous music don't sound no different than worldly music.
Hmm.
That's what's going on in the Israelite community. A lot of this music that's getting put out, you can't tell the difference between this music and the worldly music. But all you're doing is you're spending all this time on maintaining your craft, and you're forgetting about work of the Most High. Go read the scriptures. It's telling you. Let's go to Proverbs 2 and 1 through 11.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 2 and verse 1. My son, if thou wilt receive my words and hide my commandments with thee, so that thou incline thine ear unto wisdom and apply thy heart to understanding. Yeah, if thou criest after knowledge and lifted up thy voice for understanding, if thou seekest her as silver and searchest for her as for hid treasures, then shalt thou understand the fear of the Lord and find the knowledge of God. For the Lord giveth wisdom, out of his mouth cometh knowledge and understanding. He laid it up sound wisdom for the righteous. He is the buckler to them that walk uprightly. He giveth the path of judgment and preserveth the way of his saints. Then shalt thou understand that righteousness and judgment and equity. Yeah, uh, yeah, every good path. When wisdom entereth into thine heart, and knowledge is pleasant unto thy soul, discretion shall preserve thee, understanding shall keep thee.
So he's telling us, then shalt thou understand righteousness and judgment and equity, yea, every good path. Because our people don't understand, our people don't have discretion. We have to cry after wisdom. We have to cry after knowledge. We have to make it something that's more precious to us than any silver or any gold or any ruby or emerald, any jewel on
Mhm.
this earth. This wisdom is more valuable than any house, car you can have. This is more valuable than any amount of money that any job could pay you. When wisdom entereth into thine heart, I'm reading verse 10, and knowledge is pleasant unto thy soul, discretion shall preserve thee, understanding shall keep thee. We're going to look up discretion. We've looked it up before, but let's do it again because our people don't know a lot of these words. Let me share my screen. Let me know when you see it.
It's coming. There it is.
All right, discretion, the quality of behaving or speaking in such a way as to avoid causing offense or revealing private information. Okay. The freedom to decide what should be done in a particular situation. Yeah, yeah. Let's go to Merriam-Webster. Let's see what Merriam-Webster's got to say. In individual choice or judgment, power of free decision or latitude of choice within a certain legal bounds. Here we go. The quality of having or showing discernment or good judgment. Our people lack the ability to make wise decisions or to have discernment or make good decisions or have good judgment when making decisions. He's letting us know that we're going to be able to do that when wisdom has actually really entered into our hearts. When your mind is really full of wisdom, wisdom from above, wisdom that is from the Most High, that wisdom that is first pure, that wisdom that is peaceable, that wisdom that is gentle, that wisdom that's easy to be entreated, that wisdom that's full of mercy and good fruits, that wisdom that's without partiality, and that wisdom that's without hypocrisy. Only when you have that wisdom is when discretion shall preserve thee and understanding is going to keep you. And again, discretion is what? The quality of having or showing discernment or good judgment, the quality of being discreet. I like that. Make responsible decisions. So you have the ability to discern, okay, I can steal that Rolex watch, or I could just leave it there and nobody, and just ignore it and pretend like it's not there. You have the ability. Hello?
There you
Can you hear
go.
me? All right.
Yeah, you're
I
back.
don't know what happened to my mic. It's like the connection lost connection with your mic or something like that. So where did you hear me leave off?
You were reading the definition, the last one.
Oh, okay. Let me go. Well, already Reese, let me go back. I'll just leave it like this. I won't share it so it doesn't. So the other one that I was reading was Merriam-Webster's third definition, the ability to make responsible decisions. And that's the biggest problem with our people is that our people lack the ability to make responsible decision or make wise decisions. All right. I was saying a whole lot more before I realized that,
Hmm.
I was gone, but we need to move on. Time is getting up there already. Let's go to Proverbs 1 and 12 through 22.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 1, and verse 12. Let us swallow them up alive as the grave, and whole as those that go down into the pit. We shall find all precious substance. We shall fill our houses with spoils. Cast in thy lots among us. Let us all have one purse. My son, walk not thou in the way with them. refrain thy foot from their path, for their feet to run to evil, and make haste to shed blood. Surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird, and they lay wait for their own blood. They lurk privily for their own lives. So are the ways of every one that is greedy of gain, which taketh away the life of the owners thereof. Wisdom crieth without, she uttereth her voice in the streets. She cried in the chief place of concourse, in the opening of the gates, in the city she uttereth her words, saying, how long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity? And the scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge.
So this is saying a lot. All right. What we see happening at the beginning is that you've got these wicked evil ones that are trying to entice you to go and commit a home invasion, commit a robbery, and they're saying, "Come, come with us. We're gonna break into this house. We're gonna take, all we can, as much as we can hold. Come join in with us. Share in the profits with us. You'll get a portion of whatever we make off of what we take." And this is having the ability to discern right and wrong, good and evil, having the ability to make a good judgment, to make a responsible decision. But the scripture tells us what we should do. My son, walk not thou in the way with them, refrain thy foot from their path. And stay away from these kind of people, for their feet run to evil and make haste to shed blood. Surely in vain the net is spread in the sight of any bird, and they lay wait for their own blood. They lurk privily for their own lives. So are the ways of every one that is greedy of gain, which taketh away the life of the owners thereof. That's what you see going on in the world today. You see all these kids going into the stores, these smash and grabs, cars being stolen. You see in what do you call it? Carjackings.
Mhm.
Carjackings was something that went on in the 80s, and for a while it died down. You didn't hear about carjackings for a long time. It wasn't until Grand Theft Auto, what is it, 4 started getting big, Grand Theft Auto 5, that this younger generation of kids are out there committing these carjackings again. Now they're the carjacking, the crimes are starting to increase. Home invasions, you heard about those for a while during the 90s and they kind of died away. But now they're coming back with, all of this because people are greedy for gain. It's greed. They don't want to go and get a legit job and work for what they want. They'd rather take it from somebody else, which is funny because you heard me say it before, but these are hypocrites. The hypocrisy of these thieves. They'll go take from others, they'll go steal from others, but as soon as somebody takes something from them, they're ready to go kill somebody. They're ready to go shoot. They're ready to go stab. They're ready to go knock somebody out for taking something from them. It says, wisdom cried without, she uttered her voice in the streets. She cried in the chief place of concourse, in the openings of the gate. In the city she uttereth her words, saying. So you hear the men of the Lord out there on the streets teaching. You see them here on YouTube teaching. But you won't listen. How long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity? That goes out to a lot of our brothers and sisters in this truth that want to let their itching ears guide them towards these men that are teaching you about multiple wives. And then when somebody tries to correct them, then they want to scorn. They want to become scorners. And the scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge. You're a fool if you don't want to actually get the knowledge of what these scriptures are talking about when it comes to multiple wives, when it comes to whether or not we're going to have multiple wives in the kingdom, when it comes to adultery and fornication and anything dealing with marriage. You don't want to know the truth, and you're a fool. You hate knowledge. You just want to do what everybody else is doing because that's what everybody else is doing, so it must be true. How long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity, and the scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge? Unfortunately, there are a lot of people teaching this Bible that when you take a step back, if you've got the spirit of discernment about you, you will be able to see that they're fools and that they truly hate the knowledge of this book. And what is the knowledge? The law, statutes, commandments, and the judgments. They don't really like the law. They can't stand the law. They don't want to keep the laws. They don't want to have nothing to do with the commandments. And how do you know it? Think about it. Go watch some of these men teach and watch their videos and see, listen and hear how many times they actually break down commandments 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10. Do they ever really explain to you about the 10 commandments? Do they ever even bring them up? Because I can tell you there are some of these groups that never even bring up the commandments.
Right.
Never even mention them.
Right.
So you got to be fully aware of what's going on. You got to be able to discern the difference between good and evil. You got to be aware when somebody's trying to feed you strong meat and they don't even understand the milk. They haven't even, they haven't even been weaned off the milk yet, but yet they're trying to feed you meat. They're trying to give you meat when they still need milk themselves. Let's go to Job 6:30.
The book of Job, chapter 6 and verse 30. Is there iniquity in my tongue? Cannot my taste discern perverse things?
Is there iniquity in my tongue? Cannot my taste discern perverse things? See, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about this difference between eating the meat and drinking the milk. It's a metaphor. Cannot my taste discern perverse things? Grab Job 34:3. It explains what this is. See, that's why you got to go precept upon precept to get understanding. Job 6:30 is giving you a question. Is there iniquity in my tongue? Cannot my taste discern perverse things? And you got to sit back like, what does that mean? Cannot my taste discern perverse things? How can your taste discern perverse things? You've got to go find a precept that explains it. Go ahead and read.
The book of Job, chapter 34 and verse 3. For the ear trieth words as the mouth tasted meat.
Oh, it's a metaphor. It's not really saying you're supposed to taste perverse things because your mouth can't really taste it. Okay, it's metaphorically speaking. So as your ear tries words, the mouth tastes it. Okay, I get it. I get it. Now let's go back to Hebrews 5:12 through 14 again.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 5, and verse 12. For when for the time ye ought to be teachers, ye have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God, and are become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. For everyone that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. But strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil.
Even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil. Your ears needs to be able to discern between milk and meat. What are you ready for? If you can't even understand the milk, what makes you think you need strong meat? Strong meat being those dark sayings, those mysteries of the scriptures. Many of you are not ready for that, but that's all you want to hear, though, because you got itching ears. You want to hear all the dark sayings. You want to know all the secrets of the scriptures. You want to know what every parable means. But Kenny didn't even know that Job 6:30 and Job 34:3 was telling you how to get that taste or what that taste means. You don't know basic scriptures that can help you discern what is right and wrong, what is good and evil. Hebrews 5:14, but strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil. In order for you to keep sound wisdom and discretion, you've got to be willing to be retaught. You've got to be willing to humble yourself as a child, become as newborn babes, and desire the sincere milk of the word. We've got a whole lesson titled Desire the Sincere Milk of the Word, dealing with milk. And as you know, our channel is geared towards bringing you milk, because too many of you are bypassing the milk, jumping on the meat bandwagon, and the next thing you know, there's confusion all over Israel about the simplest of commandments. Thou shalt not commit adultery. And for whatever reason, many of you don't seem to understand that multiple wives is adultery. Multiple wives is breaking the commandment, thou shalt not commit adultery. And it was that way from the very beginning, from Genesis, when the woman was created for Adam, and they two would become one. But you don't want to hear that because your ears are dull of hearing. You want to seek for the things that are too hard for you. You want the meat. You want to taste that filet mignon.
Right.
You want that best cut of lamb. You're not ready for it. Go to Sirach 3:21.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 3, and verse 21. Seek not out the things that are too hard for thee, neither search the things that are above thy strength.
Seek not out things that are too hard for thee, neither search the things that are above thy strength. Because that's what Israel loves to do. Israel always wants to look for the hard sayings. They want to look for all the deep mysteries of the scriptures. But if you want to keep sound wisdom and discretion, get the milk first. Desire the sincere milk of the word. Stop looking for the things that are too hard for you. Stop searching for the things that are above your strength. You're not ready for it yet. And how do we know you're not ready for it yet? Because it's so easy for somebody to come along, tell you something, teach you something, and you will just sit back and go, yeah, that makes sense. They could tell you the sky is purple, and you will say, yeah, you know what? I kind of thought I saw a little bit of a purple hue. They could tell you anything, and you will believe it because they have a title behind their name, or because they're Israelite, or they say they're Israelite. But are they actually doing what the scriptures have instructed us to do? Go to Ezekiel 44 and 23.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 44 and verse 23. And they shall teach my people the difference between the holy and the profane, and cause them to discern between the unclean and the clean.
That's what we're supposed to be doing as teachers. We are supposed to be teaching the people of Israel, the Lord's chosen people, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. We are supposed to be teaching you the difference between the holy and the profane. We are supposed to be causing you to discern between the unclean and the clean. The unclean and the clean. But that is not what's happening in Israel. We're teaching people to be more unholy and more profane. And then you wonder why, again, there's so much adultery going on in the midst of Israel. Go to Psalms 34 and 8.
The book of Psalms, chapter 34 and verse 8. O taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man that trusted in him.
So again, is this metaphorically speaking, or is he telling us to really go and, well, what are you going to do? Go grab an arm of the Lord and put your tongue on his arm and taste his arm to see if he tastes good? Is that what you're going to do? Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man that trusteth in him. Again, it's speaking metaphorically. You have to allow your ears to taste the words of the Lord, or to hear the words of the Lord, just as the tongue tries meat. You got to allow your ears to try the words, just as your mouth tasteth meat. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man that trusteth in him. Go to Psalms 119, 103.
Book of Psalms, chapter 119 and verse 103. How sweet are thy words unto my taste. Yeah, sweeter than honey to my mouth.
How sweet are thy words unto my taste. Yeah, sweeter than honey to my mouth. You see, if you are not able to go from precept to precept to precept to explain these little things, you need to be retaught, because you're focused on meat and you need milk. You need to be retaught how to go precept upon, because a lot of people say they go precept upon precept. Oh, we go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little. But yet, we'll do this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back to Isaiah 4:1. They'll go to Isaiah 4:1, and in that day 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by thy name to take away our reproach. See, we're going to have multiple wives in the kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
And then you sit back and go, yeah, it says 7 women go take hold of one man. Yeah. No, that's not what it's talking about. It's not what it's talking about at all. Oh. So going back to Psalms 119, 103, how sweet are thy words unto my taste, yes, sweeter than honey to thy mouth. Precept upon precept, to show you that this is speaking metaphorically when it comes to dealing with the words of the Most High, and how you're going to get discernment, how you're going to exercise your senses to determine or discern between good and evil, how you're going to be able to grow to a full age to where you can understand the meat. So we're going to give you a couple of examples of discernment from the scriptures. A couple of our forefathers that had that spirit of discernment about them. So we'll go to the first one. Let's go to 2 Samuel chapter 14. We're going to read verses 1 through 17.
The book of 2 Samuel, chapter 14 and verse 1. Now, Joab, the son of Zeruiah, perceived that the king's heart was towards Absalom. And Joab sent Tekoa and fetched thence a wise woman and said unto her, I pray thee, feign thyself to be a mourner, and put on now mourning apparel, and anoint not thyself with oil, but be as a woman that had a long time mourned for the dead, and come to the king and speak on this manner unto him. So Joab put the words in her mouth. And when the woman of Tekoa spake to the king, she fell on her face to the ground and did obeisance and said, Help, O king. And the king said unto her, What lieth thee? And she answered, I am indeed a widow woman, and my husband is dead. And the handmaid had 2 sons, and they two strove together in the field, and there was none to part them. But the one smote the other and slew him. And behold, the whole family is risen against thine handmaid. And they said, Deliver him that smote his brother, that we may kill him for the life of his brother whom he slew, and we will destroy the heir also. And so they shall quench my coal which is left, and shall not leave to my husband neither name nor remainder upon the earth. And the king said unto the woman, Go to thy house, and I will give charge concerning thee. And the woman of Tekoa said unto the king, My lord, O king, iniquity be on me and on my father's house, and the king and his throne be guiltless. And the king said, Whosoever said aught unto thee, bring him to me, and he shall not touch thee any more. Then said she, I pray thee, let the king remember the Lord thy God, that thou wouldest not suffer the revenge of blood to destroy any more, lest they destroy my son. And he said, As the Lord liveth, there shall not one hair of thy son fall to the earth. Then the woman said, Let thine handmaid, I pray thee, speak one word unto my lord the king. And he said, Say on. And the woman said, Wherefore then hast thou taught such things against the people of God? For the king doth speak this thing as one which is faulty, in that the king doth not fetch home again his banished. For we must needs die, and are as water spilt on the ground, which cannot be gathered up again. Neither doth God respect any person, yet doth he devise means that his banished be not expelled from him. Now therefore that I am come to speak of this thing unto my lord the king, it is because the people have made me afraid, and the handmaid said, I will now speak unto the king. It may be that the king will perform the request of his handmaid. For the king will hear to deliver his handmaid out of the hand of the man that would destroy me and my son together out of the inheritance of God. Then the handmaid said, The word of my lord, the king shall now be comfortable. For as an angel of God, so is my lord the king to discern good and bad. Therefore, the Lord thy God will be with thee.
So as he says here, or she says, for as an angel of God, so is my Lord the king to discern good and bad. So when you have the ability to discern good and bad, the scripture is telling you that you are as an angel of the Lord, which means what? The angels are simply, what do you call it? Word just escaped me. A messenger. Pop back in my head. So a messenger of the Lord, which the angels were. But she's
Right.
telling him, it says, Then thine handmaid said, The word of my Lord the king shall now be comfortable, for as an angel of God, so is my Lord the king to discern good and bad. Therefore, the Lord thy God will be with thee. And that's the point we've got to get to. We have got to develop the ability, just as he did, to discern good and bad. If you truly are going to proclaim yourself to be a messenger of the Lord, you're calling yourself a man of the Lord, a prophet of the Lord, an angel of the Lord. It's time for Israel to wake up, because not all of our men that are teaching have the ability to discern the difference between good and evil. And if they can't discern the difference between good and evil to apply it to their own lives, how can they teach you to apply it to your life? Let's go to 1 Kings chapter 3 and verses 1 through 15. So now we're going to read about King Solomon, that also had that ability to discern between good and evil. But he had to pray to the Lord. And I was like, hey, you know what? Give me the ability. He asked for it. Go ahead.
The book of First Kings, chapter 3 and verse 1. And Solomon made affinity with Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and took Pharaoh's daughter and brought her into the city of David until he had made an end of building his own house, and the house of the Lord, and the wall of Jerusalem round about. Only the people sacrificed in high places, because there was no house built unto the name of the Lord until those days. And Solomon loved the Lord, walking in the statutes of David his father. Only he sacrificed and burnt incense in high places. And the king went to Gibeon to sacrifice there, for that was the great high place. 1,000 burnt offerings did Solomon offer upon that altar. In Gibeon, the Lord appeared to Solomon in a dream by night. And God said, ask what I shall give thee. And Solomon said, Thou hast showed unto thy servant David my father great mercy, according as he walked before thee in truth and in righteousness and in uprightness of heart with thee. And thou hast kept for him this great king kindness, that thou hast given him a son to sit on his throne, as it is this day. And now, O Lord, my God, thou hast made thy servant king instead of David my father. And I am but a little child. I know not how to go out or come in. And thy servant is in the midst of thy people which thou hast chosen, a great people that cannot be numbered nor counted for multitude. Give thee therefore thy servant an understanding heart to judge thy people, that I may discern between good and bad. For who is able to judge this thy so great a people? And the speech pleased the Lord that Solomon had asked this thing. And God said unto him, Because thou hast asked this thing, and hast not asked for thyself long life, neither hast asked riches for thyself, nor hast asked the life of thine enemies, but hast asked for thyself understanding to discern judgment. Behold, I have done according to thy word. Lo, I have given thee a wise and understanding heart, so that there was none like thee before thee, neither after thee shall any arise like unto thee. And I have also given thee that which thou hast not asked, both riches and honor, so that there shall not be any among the kings like unto thee all thy days. And if thou wilt walk in my ways, to keep my statutes and my commandment as thy father David did walk, then will I lengthen thy days. And Solomon awoke, and behold, it was a dream. And he came to Jerusalem and stood before the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and offered up burnt offerings and offered peace offerings, and made a feast to all his servants.
All right. So what we have to do, as it says in verse 9, give therefore thy servant an understanding heart to judge thy people, that I may discern between good and bad. For who is able to judge this this thy so great people? So just as Solomon had to pray and ask the Lord for the spirit of discernment, we've got to do the same thing. Just as we read at the beginning of this lesson, if thou desirest wisdom, ask of the Lord and he'll give it to you. That's what Solomon did. The problem is, will you pray to the Most High and ask for it? And when it comes to you, are you going to be willing to accept it? Let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 12. Going to read verses 4 through 11.
The book of First Corinthians, chapter 12, and verse 4. Now there are diversities of gifts, but the same Spirit. And there are differences of administrations, but the same Lord. And there are diversities of operations, but it is the same God which worketh all in all. But the manifestation of the Spirit is given to every man to profit withal. For to one is given by the Spirit the word of wisdom, to another the word of knowledge by the same Spirit, to another faith by the same Spirit, to another the gift of healing by the same Spirit, to another the working of miracles, to another prophecy, to another discerning of spirits, to another diverse kinds of tongues, to another the interpretation of tongues. But all these works that one and the same Spirit, dividing that every man servantly as he will.
So this is what he's telling us, that there are a lot of diverse gifts. Some of us have different gifts that have been given to us. Some of us have the spirit, the word of wisdom, some the word of knowledge, some faith, some have the gift of healing, some have the working of miracles, some can, and you can see it, some of them have the ability to really deal with prophecies, some the discerning of spirits, some being able to speak in different tongues, meaning in different languages. Some have the ability to interpret different languages. We all have different abilities. It's what are you doing with your ability? How are you using it? Are you truly using it for good to help this body, or are you using it for evil to take advantage of the body? Because you can do either one. You could either take this gift, this ability that the Lord has given you, and you can use it for good, or you can abuse it for evil. And the only way you, as a student of the scriptures, coming in, especially brand new, and listening to, there are a lot of different people teaching online, and you got to just determine, who are you going to listen to? How do you discern who's really teaching the truth and who's not? That's where your own study has got to come in. You can't just jump on one of these platforms and start watching and listening, and just because it sounds good, just, oh, well, I feel comfortable listening to them, so I guess I'm gonna. You can't do that. You've got to try the spirits. You've got to know whether or not these spirits are from God, or are they from somewhere else, because there is a lot of foolishness going around in the Israelite community. A lot. Go to 1 John 4:1.
The book of First John, chapter 4 and verse 1. Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirit, whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out into the world.
So, beloved, believe not every spirit, because that's what is happening with this awakening. As more and more people are teaching online, you got new people coming in and listening and got itching ears, and they have no idea that there are so many false prophets teaching on YouTube, teaching on TikTok. People that are just teaching, just out of their minds, teaching all kinds of foolishness.
Right.
You've got to try the spirits, whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out into the world. How are you going to know if they're of God or not? How?
Right.
That's, again, where your study has to come into play. You can't be lazy in this truth. You can't just let somebody say something to you, teach you something, and not go to the scriptures and see if the scriptures that they have given you are saying what they say they say. You got to remember, even the Mormon church believes in polygyny, that a man could have more than one wife, and you see how it turns out there. You hear about all these different religious groups and cults that believe in more than one wife. It never turns out good. Never. Never,
Nope.
ever, ever does it turn out good.
Nope.
Because then it starts going into all kinds of other stuff. But it starts off with the multiple wives. And then you start having men talking about it's okay to rape. And then it goes from that to now you could have little girls because they claim the scripture says we could have, have them when they're young. And you read about this, you hear about this stuff. There are so many videos on YouTube of people that have left some of these cults, and they talk about these things, that these men are so wicked and corrupt that they go as far as starting to marry little 8, 9, and 10-year-old girls and raping them, getting them pregnant. And all the while, to protect these men, nobody opens their mouths and says anything, and they get away with it for a time until somebody finally stands up and leaves the group and decides to open their mouths and say something. But even then, there isn't much done, because there are a lot of videos that you can find on YouTube of people saying, this is why I left this church, or this is why I left this group. And one of the things that the same theme that comes out, well, they were allowed to have as many wives as they could. Nobody never checked the leaders. If the leaders wanted, they could take your wife, and there was nothing you can do about it. You hear about this stuff. And then you start hearing about incest kind of stuff. And, they go from having more than one wife to, now the wife has had them a daughter, and now the daughter is starting to come to teenage years, and now they're marrying their own daughters, and the daughters are having babies by these men, and all kind of sick stuff. This Bible in the hands of the wrong people is dangerous.
Right.
Very dangerous. And this book is in the hands of a lot of wrong, very wicked, evil, dangerous men. And this, I'm not talking about the Israelite community. I'm talking about outsiders. I'm talking about a lot of these other church groups. Not that you don't see this stuff going on in the Israelite community, but a lot of these churches and congregations, these Christian congregations, have been around longer than this truth has been coming out, as far as people, the Israelites waking up. Some of these Christian congregations go all the way back to the 1400s, 1500s, 1600s, 1700s, 1800s. Been around for a long time. Here, let me see some. Hold on. Yeah, I'll see with this one. Let me share my screen real quick. Again. Let me know when you see it.
It's there now.
All right. So all I did is I just typed in polygynous church groups just to see what would pop up. All right. So basically, wow. So we have also spoken to some Utah state officials who agree behind closed doors that the true figures are closer to that of 80 to 110,000 polygamists in the state of Utah alone. A number of these groups have colonies in other states and or countries. So Corporation of the Fundamentalist Church. So Prophet Rulon T. Jeffs recently died, leaving his son Warren Jeffs, who has already over 50 wives. Wow. As the leader of 11,000 to 16,000 members. Rulon Jeffs married 22 women, fathered more than 60 children at last count. The headquarters are in Hilldale, Utah, but the group has a strong presence in the border Colorado City, Arizona, and a large ranch in Texas as well. In Utah, the town was once known as Short Creek, where the site of the last effort to prosecute polygamists in 19. So I guess it goes on. The Apostolic United Brethren, get it out. What is it? The group headed by 85-year-old Owen Allred is centered in Bluffdale, south of Salt Lake City. It has members in Idaho, Nevada, Montana, England, and Mexico. They have developed an underground following in the United Kingdom. Allred, who claims 8 wives, has said the group has 6,000 members. Some estimates place membership as high as 9,000 or more. Latter-day Church of Christ, Kingston Clan. The Kingston Cooperative is formerly led by Merlin Kingston, an elderly patriarch, but Paul Ortel Kingston is believed to function as the church's spiritual and economic leader. The cooperative owns more than 24 companies, but the holdings are difficult to trace. The group has amassed a $150 million business empire, running companies in Utah, Nevada, and Idaho. The cooperative is headquartered in Salt Lake City, but has holdings in Nevada, Idaho, and Arizona. In Mexico, is considered the most affluent and most secretive group. Authorities believe the group has an estimated 1,200 members, although some members say it has as many as 3,000. The Church of Jesus Christ in Solemn Assembly. I'm not going to read the bios of all of these. There's too many of them. The True and Living Church of Jesus Christ of Saints of the Last Days. The Church of the Firstborn and or TLC. Righteous Branch of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, aka Christ Church, Inc. The Church of Jesus Christ in Zion, originating from Independence, Missouri, or Missouri. The original Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. So this is the original church. I guess all these people must have broke off. This group was a splinter group, began shortly after the death of Joseph Smith by James J. Strang, June 18, 1844. Their beliefs include a tolerance of polygamy as well as a higher authority than that of Brigham Young. They also believe that Young was summoned to a trial and excommunicated by a high council on April 6, 1846. Young in turn claimed that he excommunicated James J. Strang, but there was never a notice for Strang to appear, nor was there ever a trial for Strang. About 10,000 people acknowledged the appointment of James J. Strang. They are now located in Burlington, Wisconsin, and lay claim to about 300 members, that with a larger following throughout the world. Okay. The Church of the Firstborn of the Fullness of Times. Not going to read all that. The Church of the Firstborn, Christ of the Firstborn, Jesus Christ of the United Order, Sons Amen Israel. This group is led by David Israel, aka Gilbert Clark, originally members of the AUB and now a splinter group of their own. Joe Thompson Group, title unknown, after excommunication from the AUB. Thompson created his own group. Information of this is sketchy at best. So who is this AUB? Church of Christ, Patriarchal, another group to splinter off from the AUB leadership at this point, is not widely known since they originally, and you would think that the reason they would have left the groups was because of them teaching multiple wives, but no, they just went off and started their own multiple wives churches, on their own. So it's crazy. Celestial Church, newly discovered, limited information. The Biblical Patriarchal Christian Fellowship of God's Free Men and Women. a Widow's Mite Foundation, aka the COC. This is what happened when you allow freedom of religion, because
Right.
the Bible doesn't teach freedom of religion. Black Hebrews. So they got the Israelites on here. Israel has given permanent resident status to the Black Hebrews, a community of Black Americans, some of whom have been in the country since 1969. The Interior Ministry said the government granted the status to the group of about 2,000 American citizens who followed Chicago bus driver Ben Ami Carter to the southern Israeli desert town of Dimona in the belief that they are descended from the 10 lost tribes of Israel. Favoring stark black robes with elaborate inlaid designs, Black Hebrews constitute one of Israel's most unusual groups. They practice polygamy, shun birth control, and refrain from eating meat, dairy products, eggs, and sugar. Many of the Black Hebrews entered Israel as tourists and were in the country illegally until the Interior Ministry granted them temporary residency in 1992. The Hmong communities. Mormon fundamentalists and Christian polygamists. All right, so says these are only some of the more well-known polygamous cults. There are common occurrences of splits within the groups, and new groups form frequently. This makes it increasingly harder to keep track of them. These figures may also be on the conservative side, since the polygamous sector of our society is the fast-breeding sector in the United States today. So, go look this stuff up. Again, all I typed in is I may have spelled the wrong polygynous church groups, but I think it knew what I was trying to look for. Oh, is that what the AUB is? The Apostolic United Brethren is a Mormon fundamentalist group that practices polygamy. The AUB has had a temple in Mexico since at least the 1990s, an endowment house in Utah since the early 1980s, and several other locations of worship to accommodate their members in the United States. Let me click on this. Hold on. So that's what all those groups that they were mentioning, they split off from the AUB. The title Apostolic United Brethren is not generally used by members who prefer to call it the work, the priesthood, or the group. Those outside the faith sometimes refer to it as the All Red Group, because that one was also mentioned, because two of its presidents shared that surname. Members of the AUB do not refer to their organization as a church, and unlike nearly all other Mormon fundamentalist groups, regard the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints as a legitimate, if wavered and diminished, divine institution. All right. The AUB furnished a detailed description of their beliefs and practices in August 2009 to the Utah Attorney General's Polygamy Primer, which was later revised in 2011. This booklet is used to educate the law enforcement and social relief agencies involved with similar groups. Wow. Doctrines and practices. The AUB regards the Book of Mormon as sacred scripture in addition to the Bible, and accepts the Articles of Faith written by Joseph Smith to summarize Latter-day Saints' beliefs. The AUB teaches that the LDS Church is still fulfilling a divine role in spreading the Book of Mormon and other basic doctrines of Mormonism, and in facilitating genealogy. Members of the AUB are known for their belief in plural marriage and in what is commonly called the 1886 meeting. Other key beliefs include the United Order, the Adam God doctrine, the exclusion of blacks from the priesthood. While not all members take part in plural marriage, it is considered a crucial step in the quest for obtaining the highest glory of heaven. What is this plural marriage? All right. Polygamy was practiced by leaders of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints for more than half the 19th century and practiced publicly from 1852 to 1890 by between 20 and 30% of Latter-day Saints families. All right. So you can see, as much as our brothers want to talk about, they can't stand Esau, they can't stand the white man, but yet they're making the same mistakes in interpreting scripture as our enemies made. And that is that we can have more than one wife. But you can't tell them that. They won't listen. See, look at him. That's exactly where he needs to be. Whoever this dude is, led away in cuffs. You could go on YouTube. There are a bunch of videos on there, people that are talking about how they left these groups. All right, so where are we at? Let's go to Sirach, chapter 13 and verses 25 through 26.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 13 and verse 25. The heart of a man changes his countenance, whether it be for good or evil, and a merry heart maketh a cheerful countenance. A cheerful countenance is a token of heart that is in prosperity, and the finding out of the parables is a wearisome labor of the mind.
So this is telling us. Remember earlier I talked about how when you watch these men teach, it tells you a lot about them. The way they speak, their mannerisms, tells you a lot. And it's talking about the countenance of a man. The heart of a man changeth his countenance, whether it be for good or evil. So you can see in the countenance of these men, their facial expressions, the tone of their voice, their mannerisms, such as, when they're talking, the way they move about their hands, their arms, their fingers. Do they harden their face? Suddenly look angry, irritated? All these things gives you a clue of what's going on in the mind of this man. The scriptures are telling us this. The heart of a man changeth his countenance, whether it be for good or evil. The mind of a man, if he's thinking good thoughts, he's going to have a more cheerful, merry heart. As it says, a cheerful countenance is a token of a heart that is in prosperity, and the finding out of parables is a wearisome labor of the mind. You can tell how a man's countenance changes or what's going on in his mind by the way his face changes, facial expressions. Same thing with the woman. Go to Sirach 19 and 26 through 30. So when we're telling you that when these men are teaching, we can discern what's going through these men's heads by their countenance, by the way they act, by their mannerisms, by the way they talk. Go ahead.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 19 and verse 26. There is a wicked man that hangeth down his head sadly, but inwardly he is full of deceit, casting down his countenance and making as if he heard not, where he is not known. He will do thee a mischief before thou be aware. And if for want of power he be hidden from sinning, yet when he findeth opportunity, he will do evil. A man may be known by his look, and one that had understanding by his countenance. When thou meetest him in man's attire and excessive laughter and gait, show what he is.
So having that ability to discern good and evil within a person comes from study of the scriptures and understanding how the spirit of a man can change, how you can read what kind of person they are through what? Through their actions. As it says, there is a wicked man that hangeth down his head sadly, but inwardly is full of deceit. You see that with some of these leaders in Israel. They'll try and hang their head down, try and act all humble. And it's like you could tell they're overly acting it. But then when another brother says something or calls them out on something, then all of a sudden they just fly off the handle, ready for battle. But he says, there is a wicked man that hangeth down his head sadly, but inwardly he is full of deceit. They're fooling you.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of these men that are teaching online that will pretend to be humble, but inwardly they're full of deceit. They have an agenda. All they want is either your money, they want as many viewers as they can get, or they just love to, be admired by others. Whatever the case is, you need to be aware of these kind of people. It says, casting down his countenance and making as if he heard not, where he is not known, he will do thee a mischief before thou be aware. You see, when they're away from the camera, when they're away from the spots where they usually go and teach, or they're away from their school, that's when they want to, well, nobody's going to know me here.
Right.
It says, and if for want of power he be hindered from sinning, yet when he findeth opportunity, he will do evil. See, they want people to think that they're a humble, just, and righteous person. They want that power. They want that admiration. But as soon as they get the opportunity, as soon as the opportunity arises, they will conduct evil. They will do it. When they think that nobody is watching, they will do it. A man may be known by his look, and one that hath understanding by his countenance when thou meetest him. Let me read that again. A man may be known by his look, and one that hath understanding by his countenance when thou meetest him. When you meet a person, the countenance will give you a lot regarding what kind of person they are. A man's attire, meaning the way he dresses, and excessive laughter. This is one of the big ones because there are some people teaching online, some groups that teach online, that when you watch certain segments of their teaching, or sometimes it could be their entire class, it's nothing but a joke.
Right.
All that laughing and joking and jesting is not of the Most High. It's not of God. It's like their whole class is a big comedy show, and everybody's just laughing and giggling, and it's like watching Israel's comedy hour. That is basically what it's coming down to. It says a man's attire and excessive laughter and gait, meaning how he walks, show what he is. You still have brothers in this truth trying to walk around still having that gangster lean on, that gangster lean in their walk, that tough walk, walking with the chest stuck out. Some brothers in the truth still wanting to show off their tattoos, still want to show off their muscles. You see him at camp wearing these t-shirts that are too small for him. It's funny. But I remember, back in the day in the world, I remember them days wearing the tight shirts so you could, show off the guns and all that. But that carnal mindset, we were supposed to let that go. We are supposed to let that go when we come into this truth. And you still see some of these men doing it. See them online and they got the smallest t-shirt, they order a camp shirt for their camp and they order a camp shirt that's 2 sizes too small. And then you see them, on camera teaching and the shirt's so tight and they're trying to move around and they're like, still, flexing the guns on camera. It's fun. I just laugh at it. It's funny. But where's the growth? A man's attire and excessive laughter and gait show what he is. What is the need for some of these men to be wearing these t-shirts 2 sizes too small with their tattoos still showing all over their arms? And they're on here telling you the Bible says don't get tattoos. And then when somebody questions them, well, you got tattoos? Yeah, but I repented. I ain't getting no more. You partly repented. You may not be getting no more tattoos, but you still got that feeling, that spirit upon you where you want to show off your tattoos to the public. You want everybody to see. That was the reason you got them to begin with, right? So you can show them off to everybody. It don't matter how hot it is, cover them up. Now, I know there's some where people can't cover them. Some people got them on their necks. Some of them got them, on their face and stuff like that. They're not able to cover those up. It's not as easy. That's understandable. But those you can cover up, cover them up. Well, it's hot. And you see how they get on the women about wearing pants when the women say, oh, it's too hot to put on them pants. Or not, to put on a dress. Or it's too cold to put on a dress. But when it comes to them, it's like, man, isn't it a little bit cold out here for you to be standing out here teaching on the streets in that little small t-shirt? It's freezing cold out here. Why you got that little small t-shirt on? Oh, no, I'm good. I'm good. Like, all right, whatever. You haven't changed. You are not keeping sound wisdom and discretion. Because we were told to keep sound wisdom and discretion in this truth. So we know about the man. What about the woman? How does the continence affect the woman? Let's go to Sirach 25 and 17 through 26.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 25, and verse 17. It says, the wickedness of a man changeth her face. Hold on. The wickedness of a woman changes her face, and darkeneth her countenance like a sackcloth. Her husband shall sit among his neighbors, and when he heareth it shall sigh bitterly. All wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman. Let the portion of a sinner fall upon her. As the climbing up a sandy way is to the feet of the age, so is a wife full of words to a quiet man. Stumble not at the beauty of a woman, and desire her not for pleasure. A woman, if she maintain her husband, is full of anger, impudence, and much reproach. A wicked woman abateth the uh, courage, maketh a heavy countenance and a wounded heart. A woman that will not comfort her husband in distress maketh weak hands and feeble knees. Of the woman came the beginning of sin, and through her we all die. Give the water no passage, neither a wicked woman liberty to gad abroad. If she go not as thou wouldest have her, cut her off from thy flesh, and give her a bill of divorce, and let her go.
So now I have a question. Is that part of the Torah? Are we still able to abide by this law that we're reading right here, that we're told, if she go not as thou wouldest have her, cut her off from thy flesh and give her a bill of divorce and let her go? Because basically you're just finding some fault in her. She's not doing things exactly the way you want her to do it. So you were able to get rid of her for every reason, right? But what did Christ say? You see, you know where I'm going with this? If she go not as thou wouldest have her, cut her off from thy flesh and give her a bill of divorce and let her go. You see, you'll completely ignore what Christ said and hold on to what this is saying. Christ said, except for what? Fornication. Otherwise, you stuck with her, because that's the way it was supposed to be from the get-go. We were not supposed to be putting our wives away, giving them a divorce. But it's talking about also the wickedness of a woman changes her face and darkens her countenance like sackcloth. So you should be able to discern the difference between a righteous woman and a wicked woman when you meet her, just like a righteous man and a wicked man. All by how? By the countenance, by the changing of the face, the facial expressions. But you wouldn't know that if you don't have that spirit of discernment about you. The only way you're going to get it is through the scriptures. Learning what we're showing you right here in the scriptures. How are you going to be able to try the spirits of these men that are teaching you if you don't know what to look for? Let's go to Sirach 37 and 17 through 18. And that's part of the issues that many of you don't even really know what to look for.
Right. The book of Sirach, Ecclesiasticus chapter 37 and verse 17. The countenance is a sign of changing of the heart. For manner of things appear, good and evil, life and death, but the tongue ruleth over them continually.
So it's telling us the countenance, meaning your facial expressions, is a sign of changing of the heart, meaning the changing of the mind. When you're talking to somebody, watch them. Look at their facial expressions. And you'll be able to see, you'll be able to discern what's going on in their mind. It's telling us four manner of things appear: good and evil, life and death. Good and evil, life and death. Four things that happens with the person's countenance when it changes. It's something good that's going on in their heart, something evil, life, death. We'll show you in the scriptures an example of what happens when a person's countenance changes, and it changes for evil, what that person is capable of doing. That's why you need to pay attention to this stuff. When I can discern that a person that's around me you can discern it through their countenance, is somebody that's evil, want to get away from that person because you could bring death on me. You've got that much wickedness and hatred about you that I can see you don't really like me. You don't really want to be around me. So I'm going to distance myself. But let's read about a situation where the continents fell, and just as evil and wicked as the falling of the continents was, their actions afterwards showed or displayed just how evil and wicked they were when their continents changed. You know where we're going, Genesis 4:1-16.
The book of Genesis, chapter 4 and verse 1. And Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain, and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. And she again bare his brother Abel, and Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought off the fruit of the ground and offered unto the Lord. And Abel he also brought off the firstlings of his flock and of the fat thereof. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering. But unto Cain and to his offering he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell.
So it says, and Cain was very wroth, meaning he was very angry, and his countenance fell, meaning his facial expression just completely changed. Go ahead.
And the Lord said unto Cain, Why art thou wroth, and why is thy countenance fallen? If thou dost well, shalt thou not be accepted? And if thou dost not well, sin lieth at the door, and unto thee shall be his desire, and thou shalt rule over him. And Cain talked with Abel his brother, and it came to pass when they were in the field that Cain rose up against Abel his brother, and slew him. And the Lord said unto Cain, Where is Abel thy brother? And he said, I know not. Am I my brother's keeper? And he said, What hast thou done? The voice of the brother's blood crieth unto me from the ground. And now art thou cursed from the earth, which had opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood from thy hand. When thou tillest the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto thee her strength. A fatigue and vagabond shalt thou. Oh, here we go. A fugitive and a vagabond shalt thou be in the earth. And Cain said unto the Lord, My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid, and I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that every one that findeth me shall slay me. And the Lord said unto him, Therefore whosoever slayeth Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold. And the Lord set a mark upon Cain, lest any find him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of the Lord and dwelt in the land of Nod on the east of Eden.
So you can see if Cain had, or not Cain, if Abel had been watching or paying attention to the continence of his brother, he would have discerned, he would have had a little inkling feeling that, you know what, I best not argue with him. I better not, you know what I mean? Let me stand clear of him because there's something not right. He looks like he wants to kill me. He looks like he
Right.
wants to get rid of me. He looks like he don't want me here anymore. But also too, it was his brother. He had trust that his brother, you know, he would be safe being around his own brother. But through this lesson or through this story about our forefather Abel and his brother Cain, it gives us a clear description of what to look for. If you don't want to fall into the hands of someone that could possibly do you harm, you need to pay attention to their continence. We need to keep sound wisdom and discretion. We cannot go around believing and trusting every spirit that comes around us. We just can't do it, especially in today's times. Can't do it. You got to really be aware of the kind of people that you have around you. You know how they say nowadays, you know, watch your circle. Who are you letting into your circle? Who are you letting get close to you? Let's go to the book of Second Maccabees, chapter 3. You're going to read verses 1 through 40.
Um, the book of Second Maccabees, chapter 3, and what was it? 3 and
You know what? We'll skip over because there's a lot of reading in this and the next precept we're going to bring out. If you guys get a chance, go and read Second Maccabees chapter 3 and verse 1 through 40. All right. And then the other one, Second Esdras chapter 5. So again, these are just some examples that we want to put in here from the scriptures that shows, you know, the changing of the continents and what happens um, when somebody's continents changes and you're not paying attention. All right. It's a lot of reading, so I'm looking at the time. So we're gonna cut that off for time. We're gonna have you, you know, on your own, take the time to go and read it. Read
right.
about those two situations. So let's actually go down to Sirach 26 and 4.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 26, and verse 4. Whether a man be rich or poor, if he have a good heart towards the Lord, he shall at all times rejoice with a cheerful countenance.
So it says, whether a man be rich or poor, if he have a good heart toward the Lord, he shall at all times rejoice with a cheerful countenance. So it doesn't matter if you got a lot of money or if you don't. As long as you are sincere, keeping these commandments, you have a good mind towards the Most High, you're going to have a good countenance. It's going to be cheerful. All right. Let's go to Sirach 35 and 9.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 35, and verse 9. In all thy give, show a cheerful countenance, and dedicate thy tidings with gladness. Your tithes with gladness.
Tithes. So it says, and all thy gifts show a cheerful countenance and dedicate thy tithes with gladness. So in everything that we do, we should be showing a cheerful countenance. All right. So we've got to teach our people how to discern, give that spirit of discernment, teach them how to have sound wisdom, teach them how to have discretion, especially with the children, because those are the main ones nowadays that really, really lack the ability to make wise decisions. This generation of kids nowadays, they act first, think later, if they think at all now, because everything that's thrown at them from this world is all wickedness and evil. Everything that gets thrown their way. All right. And we've got to teach them the difference between what's clean and what's unclean. We've got to teach them the difference between what's evil and what's good. And that we read earlier was the job of the what? Of the messenger. It's the job of the prophet, the job of the teacher.
Right.
We've got to teach them how to cleanse their way in this truth, how to change, how to repent. How do we do it? Some people are teaching dunk them in water, baptize. You get baptized in the Christian church and all of a sudden all your sins have disappeared and you a child of God. You could keep on sinning, but God's gonna love you anyway. So they get dunked in the water, they go down into the water, a thief, an adulterer, a liar, a murderer, whatever the case is, and they come right back up out that water, and it's just a wet sinner is basically what they are. Because in these churches, God's going to love you anyway if you keep sinning. Let's go to Psalms 119 and 66.
The book of Psalms, chapter 119 and verse 66. Teach me good judgment and knowledge, for I have believed thy commandments.
Psalms 119 and 66.
119 and verse 66. Teach me good judgment and knowledge, for I have believed thy commandments.
No, hold on, maybe I wrote down the wrong. All right, yeah, go ahead and read that. I don't know how I put the.
Right. Psalms 119 and verse 66. Teach me good judgment and knowledge, for I have believed thy commandments.
So that's the question that we should be asking of the Most High, for him to teach us good judgment and knowledge. As he's going to teach me good judgment and knowledge, for I believe thy commandments. Because our people lack the ability to make good judgment, to make wise decisions. And as we've been saying, that's something we truly need to teach our people. Let's go to the Sirach prologue.
Okay.
And you're going to read through the prologue and stop you here and there. You hit some points.
Okay. The book of Ecclesiasticus, a prologue. This Jesus was the son of Sirach, and grandchild to Jesus of the same name with him. This man therefore lived in the latter times, after the people had been led away captive and called home again, and almost after all the prophets. Now his grandfather Jesus, as he himself witnesseth, was a man of great diligence and wisdom among the Hebrew, who did not only gather the grave and short sentence of wise men that had been before him, but himself also uttereth some of his own. full of much understanding and wisdom. When as therefore the first Jesus died, leaving this book almost perfected, Sirach, his son, received it after him, left it to his own son Jesus, who, having gotten it into his hands, completed it all ordinarily into one volume, and called it wisdom. In intitulating it both by his own name, his father's name, and his grandfather's, alluring the hearer by the very name of wisdom to have a great love to the study of this book. It contained therefore wise sayings, dark sentences, and parables, and certain particular ancient godly stories of men that pleased God. Also his prayer and song, moreover, what benefit God had vouch- vouchsafed his people, and what plague he had heaped upon their enemies. This Jesus did imitate Solomon, and was no less famous for wisdom and learning, both being indeed a man of great learning, and so reputed also. Whereas many great things have been delivered unto us by the law and the prophets, and by others that have followed their steps, for the which things Israel ought to be commanded for learning and wisdom.
So
And
it
wherefore
says
not only
Israel ought to be commended for learning and wisdom. Go ahead.
and whereof not only the readers must need become skillful themselves, but also they that desire to learn to be able to profit them which are without, both by speaking and writing. My grandfather
So
Jesus,
listen closely to what he's telling us. It says, whereof not
when
only the readers must needs become skillful themselves. If you're reading these scriptures, you need to become skillful in learning and wisdom. It says, but also they that desire to learn be able to profit them which are without, both by speaking and writing. So those that are teaching, you should be able to what? Help others. Go ahead.
when he had much given himself to reading of the law and the prophets and other books of our fathers, and had
And
gotten their
other books of our fathers.
Mhm.
Again, the reading of the law and the prophets and other books of our fathers. And remember, this was before the New Testament was written. This was way before Paul was even around, before Paul wrote one letter. So, what
Right.
other books is he talking about? Go ahead.
And had gotten therein good judgment, was drawn on also himself to write some things pertaining to learning and wisdom, to the intent that those which are
Desirous to learn.
desirous to learn, and are addicted to these things, might profit much more in living according to the law.
So he says, he was drawn on also himself to write something pertaining to learning and wisdom, to the intent that those which are desirous to learn and are addicted to these things might profit much more in living according to the law. So we've got to be desirous to learn. We've got to be addicted to this. It's got to be an addiction. And it's only going to profit you if you're actually living according to the law. Go ahead.
Wherefore, let me entreat you to read it with favor and attention, and to pardon us wherein we may seem to come short of some words which we have labored to interpret. For the same things uttered in Hebrew and translated into another tongue have not the same force in them. And not only these things, but the law itself and the prophets and the rest of the books have no small differences when they are spoken in their own language. For in the eighth and 13th year coming into
30th
Egypt,
year. So for the in the
say
8th and 30th year, so 38 years after they came out of Egypt.
right, when uh, Ergates was king and continuing there some time, I found a book of no small learning. Therefore, I thought it most necessary for me to bestow some diligence and travail to interpret it, using great watchfulness and skill in that space to bring the book to an end, and set it forth for them also, which in a strange country are willing to learn, being prepared before in manner to live after the law.
Read that next line. It should say, "All wisdom cometh from the Lord, and is with him forever."
All wisdom cometh from the Lord and is with him forever.
All right. So we have to be willing to learn, as it also says, and it's letting us know that all wisdom comes from the Lord, and it's with him forever. So again, if you want this wisdom that is from above, you've got to what? Be living according to the law, keeping the commandments. And you've got to desire to learn. You've got to be addicted to learning. And you've got to ask it of the Most High. All right, let's go to Proverbs 24 and 23.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 24, and verse 23. These things also belong to the wise. It is not good to have respect of person in judgment.
So these things also belong to the wise. What things belong to the wise? All this wisdom, this knowledge, this understanding that is all compiled into this book. It belongs to the wise. And he's given us some advice. It is not good to have respect of persons in judgment, because you do see that a lot in Israel. We see a lot of respect of persons within Israel. We haven't changed. We haven't grown as a people. We love to have men in admiration and have respect of persons. Treat this person better just because they've got a more well-known name throughout Israel. Let's go to Job 34 and 4.
The book of Job, chapter 34, and verse 4. Let us choose to us judgment. Let us know among ourselves what is good.
So let us choose to us judgment. Let us know among ourselves what is good, because a lot of our people don't know. They have no idea what is good to the Most High. Because especially in these Christian churches, and remember, a lot of our people that are waking up, coming into this truth, have been in the Christian church their whole lives. And what are they going to do? They're going to have itching ears, and they're going to want to gravitate to some place that's comfortable, something that's familiar. And if your doctrine is that familiar, or familiar as the Christian doctrines that they came from, of course they're going to flock to your congregation, because it feels right, because it's what I know, it's what I've known, it's what I was comfortable doing. Let's go to Psalms 119 and 80.
The book of Psalms, chapter 119, and verse 80. Let my heart be sound in thy statutes, that I be not ashamed.
Let my heart be sound in thy statutes, that I be not ashamed. Remember, we just read, keep sound wisdom and discretion. Keep sound wisdom and discretion. That's the title of the class. So what does that sound mean? Letting your heart be sound in his statutes, keeping his commandments, keeping his law. See, that's why, again, we say we're going to go precept upon precept. We're going to bring you precepts that explains these things.
Right.
Keep sound wisdom and discretion. What is sound? Keeping his statutes, doing them, being a doer of the law and not just a hearer of the law. Let's go to Proverbs 2:7.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 2, and verse 7. He layeth up sound wisdom for the righteousness. He is a buckler to them that walk uprightly.
Read it one more time. I'm sorry, I didn't even realize that my alarm was set for on my phone.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 2, and verse 7. He layeth up sound wisdom for the righteous. He is a buckler to them that walk uprightly.
He layeth up sound wisdom for the righteous. He layeth up sound wisdom for the righteous. What does this mean? Let's go to Proverbs 3 and 13 through 26. Because remember, we're showing you that we're supposed to keep sound wisdom and discretion. We've dealt with discretion for a while, but we're going to finish it up with this. Go ahead.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 3, and verse 13. Happy is the man that findeth wisdom, and the man that getteth understanding. For the merchandise of it is better than the merchandise of silver, and the gain thereof than fine gold. She is more precious than rubies, and all the things thou canst desire are not to be compared unto her. Length of days is in her right hand, and in her left hand riches and honor. Her ways are ways of pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. She is a tree of life to them that lay hold upon her, and happy is every one that retaineth her. The Lord by wisdom hath found the earth, by understanding hath he established the heavens. By his knowledge the depths are broken up, and the clouds drop down the dew. My son, let not them depart from thine eye. Keep sound wisdom and discretion.
Read that
So shall
again.
they. My son, let not them depart from thine eye. Keep sound wisdom and discretion.
So hence the title of the class, keep sound wisdom and discretion. And when he says, my son, let not them depart from thine eyes, what is he talking about? He's talking about that wisdom. He's talking about that knowledge. He's talking about that understanding. He's talking about his commandments, that law. Don't let them depart from your eyes. Keep sound wisdom and discretion. Go ahead.
So shall they be life unto thy soul and grace to thy neck. Then shalt thou walk in thy way safely, and thy foot shall not stumble.
It says, then shalt thou walk in thy way safely, and thy foot shall not stumble. Go ahead.
When thou liest down, thou shalt not be afraid. Yeah, thou shalt lie down, and thy sleep shall be sweet. Be not afraid of sudden fear, neither of the desolation of the wicked when it cometh. For the Lord shall be thy confidence, and shall keep thy foot from being taken.
For the Lord shall be thy confidence, and shall keep thy foot from being taken. So we've got to keep sound wisdom and discretion, as it's telling us in Proverbs 3 and 21. My son, let not them depart from thine eyes. Keep sound wisdom and discretion. Do not let these commandments. Do not let these statutes, these judgments depart from you. Don't lose sight of the goal. Don't lose sight of what we're supposed to be doing here. This is all about the keeping of his commandments. See, sometimes we lose track of that, and all our people think is this is just about us getting a kingdom and ruling and putting our foot on the necks of our enemies, getting revenge. It's not just that. All of that is all well and good, but you're never going to see it if you don't keep the commandments.
Right.
Let's go to Proverbs 14 and 30.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 14 and verse 30. A sound heart is the life of the flesh, but envy the rottenness of the bones.
All right. So again, we've talked about the wisdom. We've talked about discretion. We're dealing with the sound. What does it mean to have a sound, to be sound in wisdom? So he's telling us a sound heart is the life of the flesh, but envy the rottenness of the bones. So we've got to have a sound mind. All right. Let's go to 1 Timothy chapter 1 and read verses 9 through 10.
The book of 1 Timothy, chapter 1 and verse 9. And it says, knowing this, that the law is not made for a righteous man, but for the lawless and disobedient, for the ungodly and for sinners, for unholy and profane, for murderers of fathers and murderers of mothers, for manslayers, for whoremongers, for them that defile themselves with mankind, for men stealers, for liars, for perjurer persons, and if there be any other thing that is contrary to sound doctrine.
Knowing this, that the law is not made for a righteous man, but for the lawless and disobedient, for the ungodly and for sinners, for unholy and profane, for murderers of fathers and murderers of mothers, for manslayers, for whoremongers, for them that defile themselves with mankind, in other words, homosexuals, for men stealers, for liars, for perjured persons, if there be any other thing that is contrary to sound doctrine. What is exactly does this word sound mean? Let me share the screen. It's not talking about the kind of sound what you listen to with your ears. It's talking about something else. There are different definitions to the word sound. Let me know when you see it.
Yes, it's there.
All right. So you can see the word sound used as a noun. You've got vibrations that travel through the air or another medium and can be heard when they reach a person's or animal's ear. It's not what we're looking for, a thing that can be heard. The area or distance within which something can be heard. That's not what we're looking for. Sound produced by continuous and regular vibrations as opposed to noise. Music, speech, and sound effects when recorded used to accompany a film or video production or broadcast. So that's not what we're looking for. The ideas or impressions conveyed by words. It's not what we're looking for. When it's used as a verb, emit or cause to emit sound. It's not what we're looking for. Give an audible signal to indicate something. Express or convey a warning. Test the lungs or another body cavity by noting the sound they produce. It's not what we're looking for. Convey a specified impression when heard. It's also not what we're looking for. Use as an adjective. In good condition, not damaged, injured, or diseased. Nope. Financially secure? Nah. Here we go. This is what we're looking for. Sound based on reason, sense, or judgment.
Right.
So, in other words, keep sound wisdom. Wisdom that is based on reason, wisdom that is based on sense, wisdom that is based on judgment. Synonyms: well founded, well grounded, valid, reasonable, logical, solid, weighty, authoritative, convincing, cogent, plausible, credible, reliable. So you can see there are different definitions to the word sound. And when he's telling us to have keep sound doctrine, that's doctrine based on reason, doctrine based on sense, doctrine based on judgment. A sound heart, thoughts that are what? Based on reason, thoughts that are based on sense, thoughts that are based on judgment. That's why we got to go to these definitions. To have a sound mind, again, means the same thing as a sound heart. Making sure that the thoughts of your mind are based on reason, based on sense, based on judgment. Lord's willing, that sinks in. Let's go back to the scriptures. Let's go to 2 Timothy chapter 1 and verse 7.
The book of 2 Timothy, chapter 1 and verse 7. For God had not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of sound mind.
For God has not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound, meaning we want to make sure that we have a mind Did I come back?
Yeah, you froze for a second.
Yeah, that's why I stopped. We want to make sure that we have a mind that's based on reason, sense, or judgment, just as the definition told us. All right, let's go to 1 Timothy 1 and 13, or 2 Timothy 1 and 13. I'm sorry, 2 Timothy 1 and 13.
The book of 2 Timothy, chapter 1 and verse 13. Hold fast the form of sound words which thou hast heard of me in faith and love which is in Christ Jesus.
So, in other words, hold fast the form of sound words, or in other words, words that are based on reason, based on sense, based on judgment. Let's go to 2 Timothy 4 and 3.
2 Timothy chapter 4 and verse 3. For the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lust shall they heap to themselves teachers having itching ears.
So again, holding for the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine. In other words, doctrine that's based on reason, based on sense, based on judgment, and doctrine that comes straight from the scriptures. All right. But after their own lust shall they heap to themselves teachers having itching ears. And that's what you see going on in the Israelite community right now. People got itching ears. And as soon as somebody comes along that's willing to scratch, people will, go head first. They'll dive into the water, not even test the spirit. They won't take the time to stick that little toe into the water to see if that water is too cold or too hot. They'll just jump right in without second thought. Let's go to Titus 1 and 9 through 13.
Mm-hmm. The book of Titus, chapter 1 and verse 9. It says, holding fast the faithful word as he had been taught, that he may be able to sound doctrine both to exhort and to convince the gainsayers.
It actually
For
says
there,
that he may be able by sound doctrine both to exhort and to convince the gainsayers. But go ahead.
for there are many unruly and vain talkers, deceivers, especially they of the circumcision, whose mouth must be stopped, who subvert whole houses, teaching things which they ought not, for filthy lucre's sake. One of themselves, even a prophet of their own, said, the Cretians are always liars, evil beasts, slow bellies. This witness is true. Wherefore rebuke them sharply, that they may be sound in the faith.
That they may be sound in faith. Let's go to Titus 2 and 1 through 8.
Titus 2 and verse 1. But speaking thou the things which become sound doctrine, that the age may be sober, grave, temperance, sound in faith, in charity, and in patience. The aged woman likewise, that they be in behavior as becometh holiness, not false accusers, not given to much wine, teachers of good things, that they may teach the young woman to be sober, to love their husbands, to love their children, to be discreet, chaste, keepers at home, good, obedient to their own husbands, that the word of God be not blasphemed. Young men likewise exhort to be sober minded, in all things showing thyself a pattern of good works, in doctrine showing uncorruptedness, gravity, sincerity, sound speech that cannot be condemned, that he that is of the contrary part may be ashamed, having no evil thing to say of you.
So, in order for us to keep sound wisdom, we must be able to understand sound words and hold fast to sound words. We have to be willing and able to endure sound doctrine. We must be able by sound doctrine to exhort and to convince the gainsayers. We have to be sound in faith in order for us to keep sound wisdom. We must be willing to speak the things which become sound doctrine. And how do we do that? Through sound speech that cannot be condemned. You don't hear that in the Israelite community. You hear people online teaching every day, all day, all kind of profanity, all kinds of derogatory stuff coming out of their mouths every day.
Right.
And they don't seem to understand what the scriptures mean by keep sound wisdom and discretion. There's nothing wrong with the way they talk. Y'all just weak. You're not listening to the scriptures. Let's go to Sirach 17 and 28.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 17 and verse 28. The Sirach 17:28. Oh, I'm on the wrong. Hold on, give me a second. Whew. Here we go. The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 17 and verse 28. Thanksgiving perisheth from the dead, as from one that is not. The living and sound in heart shall praise the Lord.
The living and sound in heart shall praise the Lord. Go to Sirach 26:19.
Ecclesiasticus, chapter 26 and verse 19. When thou hast gotten a fruitful possession,
26:19.
26, yes, rocks 26 and verse 19. My son, keep the flower of thine age sound, and give not thy strength to strangers.
Keep the flower of thine age sound and give not thy strength to strangers. Go to Sirach 30 and 14.
Ecclesiastes chapter 30 and verse 14. Better is the poor being sound and strong of constitution than a rich man that is afflicted in his body.
It says, better is the poor being sound and strong of constitution than a rich man that is afflicted in his body. So, in other words, you cannot be bought. There is nothing that anybody can say or do to separate you from your integrity, which is your constitution. In other words, be sound and strong in integrity. That's what he means, being sound and strong of constitution. Let's go to Sirach 30 and 16.
The book of Ecclesiasticus chapter 30 and verse 16. There is no riches above a sound body, and no joy above the joy of the heart.
There is no riches above a sound body. All right, let's go to Sirach 31 and 20.
The book of Ecclesiasticus chapter 31 and verse 20. Sound sleep cometh of moderate eating. He riseth early, and his wits are with him. But the pain of watching and choler and
Kohler,
pangs of choler and pangs of the belly are with an unstable man.
unsatiable man. So sound sleep cometh of moderate eating. So if you want to get sound sleep, you want to be able to rest good, let's talk about having a good diet. All right. Let's go to Sirach 32 and 3.
The book of Ecclesiasticus chapter 32 and verse 3. Speak thou that are the elder, where it becometh thee, but with sound judgment, and hinder not music.
So we want to make sure we've got sound judgment. Psalms 112 and 5. Go to Psalms 112 and 5.
The book of Psalms, chapter 112 and verse 5. A good man showeth favor and lendeth. He will guide his affairs with discretion.
He will guide his affairs with discretion. That's the same thing that we should be doing. Whatever our affairs are, anything that we put our hands to, anything that we do, any decision that we make, we should be guiding our affairs with discretion. It doesn't matter what it is, whether you're making a decision about a purchase, making a decision about a move, making a decision about a law or a commandment your family's going to keep, whether or not you are going to keep certain high holy days and not keep certain holidays. Everything, every affair, everything that you do should be done with discretion. Let's go to Proverbs 5 and 1 through 14.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 5 and verse 1. My son, attend unto my wisdom, and bow thine ear to my understanding, that thou mayest regard discretion, and that thy lips may keep knowledge. For the lips of a strange woman drop as a honeycomb, and her mouth is smoother than oil, but her end is bitter as wormwood, sharp as a two-edged sword. Her feet go down to death, her steps take hold on hell. Lest thou shouldest ponder the path of life, her ways are movable, that thou canst not know them. Hear me now, therefore, O ye children, and depart not from the words of my mouth. Remove thy way far from her, and come not nigh. the door of her house, lest thou give thine honor unto others, and thy years unto the cruel. Let strangers be filled with thy wealth, and thy labor be in the house of a stranger. And thou mourn at the last when the flesh and thy body are consumed, and say, how have I hated instruction, and my heart despiseth reproof, and have not obeyed the voice of my teachers, nor inclined my ear to them that instruct me. I was almost in all evil in the midst of the congregation and assembly.
So again, he says, my son, attend unto my wisdom and bow thine ear to my understanding, that thou mayest regard discretion and that thy lips may keep knowledge. So the way you're going to regard discretion is you have to attend unto the Lord's wisdom. You have to open your ears. You got to open your spiritual eyes. You've got to study. You've got to apply the things that you're learning from this book.
Right.
Or you're going to find yourself in the situation where he says, I was almost in all evil in the midst of the congregation and assembly. Because there are a lot of brothers in the truth that are teaching. They know they're Israel, and they're in almost all evil in the midst of the congregation, and nobody's saying anything to them about it. Nobody's doing anything. All right, let's go to Proverbs 19 and 11.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 19, and verse 11. The discretion of a man deferreth his anger, and it is his glory to pass over a transgression.
The discretion of a man deferreth his anger. You see, when you're dealing with somebody that can't control their anger, they can't control their tongue, can't control their actions, they're quick to want to lash out, quick to want to fight. Why would you want to be around that kind of person? That's not the kind of person that we're supposed to be as an Israelite. You're supposed to be someone that keeps sound wisdom and discretion to keep yourself from what? From making a bad choice and doing something to someone that can cause irreparable damage and cause you to do something that can ruin your life. We've got to teach our people discretion. We've got to teach them how to keep sound wisdom and discretion every day of their life, at every moment, in every action, in every decision that they make. Let's go to Isaiah 28 and 22 through 26.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 28, and verse 22. Now therefore be ye not mockers, lest your bands be made strong. For I have heard from the Lord God of hosts a consumption, even determined upon the whole earth. Give ye ear, and hear my voice. Hearken, and hear my speech. Does the plowman plow all day to sow? Does he open and break the clouds of his ground? When he had made plain the face thereof, doth he not cast abroad the fitches, and scattereth the coming, and cast in the principal wheat, and the appointed barley, and the rye in their place? For his God doth instruct him to discretion, and doth teach him.
For his God does instruct him to discretion and does teach him. All right, let's go to Sirach 33 and 29.
The book of Sirach, chapter 33, chapter 33, and verse 29. but be not excessive towards any, and without discretion to nothing.
Be not excessive toward any, and without discretion do nothing. Because some of these men are excessive when they deal with judgment in their congregations. They're giving these excessive penalties to members of their congregations. One person can do something and they get one penalty. Another person can do the same thing and their penalty is way less than the other person because they've got a higher position in the church or something like that. Be not excessive toward any, and without discretion do nothing. We've got to have sound wisdom and sound discretion. We've got to keep sound wisdom and discretion at all times, in every action, every single decision that we make. That's why it says, and without discretion, do nothing. Don't do anything in your life without the use of discretion. Let's go to Malachi chapter 3 and verses 16 through 18.
The book of Malachi, chapter 3, and verse 16. Then they that fear the Lord spake often one to another, and the Lord hearkened and heard it. And a book of remembrance was written before him for them that fear the Lord, and that taught upon his name. And they shall be mine, saith the Lord of hosts, in that day when I make up my jewels, and I will spare them, as a man spareth his own son that serveth him. Then shall ye return and discern between the righteous and the wicked, between him that serveth God and him that serveth him not.
And see, and that's how we can discern the difference when we watch some of these men teach. When you listen to them, you watch their countenance. You hear the words that come out of their mouths. You hear what other people have to say about them. What kind of reputation have they built up in Israel? What are people saying about them? He says, then shall you return and discern between the righteous and the wicked, between him that serveth God and him that serveth him not. When you're new coming into this truth and you're looking at all these different people teaching online, how are you going to discern between the righteous and wicked? How are you going to discern between him that serveth God and him that serveth him not? The only way is by you keeping sound wisdom and discretion. That's the only way you're going to be able to determine who's telling the truth and who's lying to you. Who's keeping sound doctrine and who's not keeping sound doctrine. Who's got itching ears and who's those out there scratching those itching ears. You've got to open up your eyes. You've got to open up your ears that are dull of hearing, because there are a lot of people out here that are teaching and they don't have your best interests at heart. It's the best way for me to put it. And by you being lazy, there are so many lazy people online watching and learning from different people that are too lazy to open the Bible up for themselves and read and go precept upon precept to get understanding of what these scriptures are talking about.
Right.
So that they can learn. And the worst part is that they're not praying, they're not fasting, they're not doing the things that are needed in order for them to get wisdom from the Most High. Because remember, it comes from Him. And if you want it, you've got to ask, you got to pray for it, and you got to keep the commandments. You've got to be a doer of the law, not just a hearer. Then shall ye return and discern between the righteous and the wicked, between him that serveth God and him that serveth him not. You've got to be able to discern. You've got to be able to try the spirits so that you can know the difference. When somebody's coming to you and telling you that we could have multiple wives, you've got to be able to discern whether or not this person is someone that is a server of God or someone that's not. They're telling you that we can have multiple wives in the kingdom, and they pull Isaiah 4:1. You've got to be able to discern whether or not this is someone that serveth God and someone that doesn't. And real quick, let's go back to that Isaiah 4:1 anyway, real quick, before we close out, because we got 2 more precepts.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 4 and verse 1. And in that day 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by thy name to take away our reproach.
So they will pull that one scripture and they'll say, see, 7 women going to take hold one man. But what is it talking about? I'll just give you an example. Back up 1 chapter to chapter 3 and go to verse 1.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 3 and verse 1. For behold, the Lord of hosts, doth take away from Jerusalem and from Judah the stay and the staff, the whole stay of bread and the whole stay of water.
And the whole stay of water. Go back to 4:1 again.
Isaiah 4 and 1. And in that day 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread and
We
wear
will
our
what?
own apparel. We will
We
eat
will
our
what?
own bread.
We will
We
eat
will
our
eat.
own bread. Why is that? Go back to Isaiah 3:1 again.
For behold, the Lord of hosts, doth take away from Jerusalem, from Judah, the stay at the staff, and the staff, and the whole stay of bread, and the whole stay of water.
All right. So just giving you an example. That's the reason why they're going to be asking the Lord to let them eat of their own bread, because the Lord is going to take away that whole stay. And what are we going to have to do? We're going to have to rely on our enemies for bread and water.
Right.
Just as was prophesied in Deuteronomy 28. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies in what? In hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things. Go to verse 18.
18 on chapter 3 or 4.
Get chapter 3 and 18
Okay.
through verse 23 should be good.
Okay. 23. The book of Isaiah, chapter 3. And in that day, the Lord will take away the bravery of their tinkling ornaments about their feet, and their calls, and their round attires like the moon, the chains and the bracelets and the mufflers, the bonnets and the ornaments of the legs and the headbands and the tablets and the earrings, the rings and nose jewels, the chamber, what is it? Chamber suits of apparel, and the mantles, and the wimples, and the crisping pins, the glasses, and the fine linen, and the hoods, and the veils.
All right. So he said he was going to take all that away, right? In that day, the Lord will take away the bravery of their tinkling ornaments about their feet and their calls and the round tires like the moon, the chains, the bracelets, and the mufflers, the bonnets, and the ornaments of the legs, and the headbands, and the tablets, and the earrings, the rings and nose jewels, the changeable suits of apparel, and the mantles, and the wimples, and the crisping pins, the glasses, and the fine linen, and the hoods, and the veils. Go back to 4:1 again.
Isaiah 4:1. And in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread and wear our own apparel.
Where are
Only
what?
let and wear our own apparel.
Because the Lord was going to take away all of that apparel that he gave you, and you're going to be in your enemy's land, and you're going to be what? You got to serve your enemies in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things. Go to Ezekiel 16. And start at verse 8 and read down to verse 13, just to really hit it home that this is talking about Israel and not talking about women as, just women.
Right. The book of Ezekiel, chapter 16 and verse 8. Now, when I passed by thee and look upon thee, behold, thy time was the time of love, and I spread my skirt over thee, and covered thy nakedness. Yeah, I swear unto thee, and enter into a covenant with thee, saith the Lord God, and thou becamest mine. Then wash I thee with water. Yeah, I truly wash away thy blood from thee, and I anointed thee with oil. I clothe thee also with broidered work,
Wait, read that again.
I clothe thee also with broidered work,
He says, I clothe thee also with broidered work. Read.
and shod thee with badger skin, and I girded thee about with fine linen, and I covered thee with silk.
And I girded thee about with fine linen, and I covered thee with silk. Read.
I decked thee also with ornaments, and I put bracelets upon thy hands, and a chain on thy neck.
I decked thee also with ornaments, and I put bracelets upon thy hands and a chain on thy neck. Read on.
And I put a jewel on thy forehead, and earrings in thy ears, and a beautiful crown upon thine head.
And I put a jewel on thy forehead, and earrings in thine ears, and a beautiful crown upon thy head. Read on.
Thus wast thou decked with gold and silver, and thy raiment was of fine linen and silk and broidered works. Thou didst eat fine flour and honey and oil, and thou wast exceeding beautiful, and thou didst prosper into a kingdom.
And thou wast exceeding beautiful, and thou didst prosper into a kingdom. Actually, read on. Just keep on reading.
Verse 14. And thy renown went forth among the heathen for thy beauty, for it was perfect through my comeliness which I had put upon thee,
I don't even have to say
saith the Lord
anything
God.
anymore. Just keep on reading on down through Ezekiel 16, and it answers exactly what was going on, what was taken away, what happened, And that was not talking about us having no multiple wives in the kingdom. That's talking about Christ. Go ahead.
But thou didst trust in thine own beauty, and playest the harlot because of thy renown, and pouredst out thy fornication on every one that passeth by. His it was. And of thy garment thou didst take, and deckest thy high places with diverse colors, and playest the harlot thereupon. The like thing shall not come, neither shall it be so. Thou hast also taken thy silver which I had given thee, and madest thou thyself images of men, and didst commit whoredom with them, and tookest thy broidered garments, and covered them, and thou hast set my oil and my incense before them. My meat also which I gave thee, fine flour and oil and honey, wherewith I fed thee. Thou hast even set it before them for a sweet Savior, and thus it was, saith the Lord God. Moreover, thou hast taken thy son and thy daughters, whom thou hast borne unto me, and these hast thou sacrificed unto them to be devoured. Is this of thy one whoredom a small matter? That thou hast slain my children, and delivered them to cause them to pass through the fire for them. And in all thine abominations and thy whoredoms, thou hast not remembered the days of thy youth, when thou was naked and bare, and was polluted in thy blood. And it came to pass after all thy wickedness, woe, woe unto thee, saith the Lord God, that thou hast also built unto thee an eminent place, and hast made thee a high place in every street. Thou hast built thy high places at every head of the way, hast made thy beauty to be abhorred, and hast opened thy feet to every one that passeth by, and multiplied thy whoredoms. Thou hast also committed fornication with the Egyptians, thy neighbors, great or flesh, and hast increased thy whoredom to provoke me to anger. Behold, therefore I have stretched out my hand over thee, and have diminished thine ordinary food, and delivered thee unto the will of them that hate thee, the daughters of thy Philistines, which are ashamed of thy lewd ways. Thou hast played the whore also with the Assyrians, because thou wast unstable. Yeah, thou hast played the harlot with them, and yet couldst not be satisfied. Thou hast moreover multiplied thy fornication in the land of Canaan unto Chaldea, and yet thou was not satisfied herewith.
So where you
How
at?
we verse 29.
All right, let me do this. It's because we don't want to spend too much time on it. Should be understood by now if you open your ears up. Um, I'm going to read from verse 35. It says, this is Ezekiel 16:35. Wherefore, O harlot, hear the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord God, because thy filthiness was poured out, and thy nakedness discovered through thy whoredoms with thy lovers, and with all the idols of thy abominations, and by the blood of thy children, which thou didst give unto them. Behold, therefore, I will gather all thy lovers with whom thou hast taken pleasure, and all them that thou hast loved, with all them that thou hast hated. I will even gather them round about against thee, and will discover thy nakedness unto them, that they may see all thy nakedness. And I will judge thee as women that break wedlock and shed blood are judged. And I will give thee blood and fury and jealousy. And I will also give thee into their hand, and they shall throw down thine eminent place, and shall break down thy high places. They shall strip thee also of thy clothes, and shall take thy fair jewels, and leave thee naked and bare. They shall also bring you. Should I even go on? Is that not explaining what 4:1 is talking about?
Right,
That's why they're going to be begging Christ to let them eat of their own bread, to let them wear of their own clothing. To come on, stop, man. I'm going to stop it right there. Stop. Let's
right.
just finish this. Let's go to Philippians 4:8.
The book of
But
Philippians,
again, it
chapter
just
4.
goes to show how simple our people are. That these men can pull up one scripture and say, yeah, that's what it says. 7 women going to grab hold of one man. We're going to have multiple wives in the kingdom. So all y'all brothers out there talking against multiple wives, y'all, come on, stop. Just stop. Go ahead.
Right. The book of Philippians, chapter 4 and verse 8. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things.
Think on these things. Let's go to Ecclesiastes 12 and 13 through 14.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
And with that, we're going to say shalom, most high in Christ blessed. Enjoy the rest of the Sabbath as usual, and we will see you next Sabbath. Shalom.